Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chapter 14, Rising Tides. Oh, there's Hex. Grace. Is Grace here? Good mythical morning to you too, Hex. This isn't funny, Innkeeper. Tell me, is she here? Please tell me she's here. She is. I'll let her know you are too. Thank you. By the dragons, I was worried sick. So sick. She'll be happy to know you're safe and sound too. The flood was enormous, and if she had gotten caught up in it... Oh, no. I don't want to even begin to imagine. Then don't. How about a drink to calm your nerves? Yes, a drink sounds great. Something that will untangle my thoughts and help me focus. I'll see what I can do. Alright, I need something with a lot of intelligence, and for Hex, I like to go with the Silent Owl. And that is... yeah, I'm gonna do this one. Touch of intelligence. Some agility, and then some strength. Yep, the Silent Owl. Maybe this will help clear your mind. It does, at least a little bit. Thank you, Innkeeper. Hex, good to see you safe and well. You too, where have you been? Are you alright? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. The Innkeeper and yesterday's superstars took good care of me. Just like you took good care of us. The least we could have done was be there for each other. How have you been, brother dear? Did you get hurt? No, but I was worried about you. The whole night, locked in that damned house, all I could think about was how the flood might have... Why didn't you tell me you were going to the tavern? I looked everywhere for you. Oh, sorry. I didn't know I needed your permission to go outside. That's not what I'm trying to say. Then what are you trying to say? That you could have gotten hurt and I wouldn't have known. I don't expect a tsunami to hit Gaia every day. That wasn't in the foreseeable future, Hexy. Uncontrollable things happen, and when they do, we do our best to overcome them. Also, I can protect myself quite well. Still, how was I supposed to know that you were safe? I'm an adult, you know. You could try trusting in my capabilities. Furthermore, PSOR was very useful last semester. PSOR? Protective sigils and other remedies. Ah. Also, the tavern itself is well protected by my own brand of sigils. That's at least something. Yes, I'm very thankful the innkeeper and her tavern kept me safe. I didn't mean to worry you. I didn't plan on being gone for so long, but then the flood happened. Okay, sure. How have you been holding up? Is the house all right? Apart from some minor damage and some leaking in the roof, I suppose it's fine. I wasn't even aware of the approaching flood until the house's foundation started trembling. I was busy in my workshop, harvesting the essence of Dimension 567 for my research. I hope you didn't rip a hole in the fiber of magic again. I didn't, and even if I did, you couldn't have stopped me. You weren't there after all. Right. But I can't scold you now. You won't want to when you find out I actually managed to harvest something. You did? That's amazing. What a huge breakthrough. That would mean I created a teeny tiny rift in the astral realm and got my hands on some stardust. Well, sort of. How? I got an astral shard when the stars fell. Ah, I see. there's still the issue of never knowing exactly what might come through when you open these kinds of rifts. Could be anything or anyone. Like creatures, for example. That wouldn't be good. Yeah, it wouldn't. Because when your sister disappears again, you wouldn't know if she got eaten by a creature or is just out for a stroll. Hex, cut it out. What? We get it, alright? I went away, you were worried, we get it. But I'm my own person, I can do what I like. I'm getting tired of this. Well, me too. Then stop. I don't want to fight. Then don't. Sorry. It's fine. We shouldn't spend our time fighting when there's so many more interesting things going on. How about a wee bit of distraction? Oh, we could go outside and see if we could take samples of the floodwater. Exactly, who knows? Maybe it holds spectacular and rare magical properties. That sounds lit. Maybe it'll help me finish my long-term research project. Possibly. Though to access the primordial vortex, you'd need primordial seawater, I know. But who knows what we'll find. Don't forget to fill me in on your research. Theopractically, I'd tell you anything, but only theopractically. Wouldn't have expected anything else. Thank you, Innkeeper, for hosting me the night and all. See you soon. Good morning, you two. Did you sleep well? As well as could with the sweet song of stormy waves pattering against my window. So, very well with inspiring dreams. Glad to hear that. Your impromptu concert certainly helped me sleep. Because it was so boring? No, because it calmed my nerves. All of our nerves, I think. Not that I have any. You don't have nerves? Is that a phantasm thing? No, I meant those metaphorical nerves. Oh, you get those too? No, of course not. I'm Voy. Well, yeah, sometimes. Mostly when I have to perform. Isn't that embarrassing? Not really. That also makes me nervous. Oh. Though, I have to say last night performing for you, for Grace and the Innkeeper, it was kind of relaxing. I could just lose myself in the performance without having to worry about what anyone would think of me. Not that I ever do. But it was nice. We should make more music together sometime. No, actually, Fable just got started on a new song. Maybe you two can collaborate. Really? That would be awesome. Well, yes, you're right. That would be awesome. I think working out together could be fun. Expletive, yeah. Oh, sorry. Hooray. I'm looking forward to our grand collaboration and charming you with it, Innkeeper. All right. I'll hold y'all to that. You're supposed to say you're looking forward to it. I don't think you're supposed to say that part out loud. No, I'm very much looking forward to it. I did say that. That just wasn't a choice yet. That's what I thought. Aren't we going to be cool together? The coolest. Too cool for me to describe. I already know we'll blow you away. I'm counting on it. Enough chit-chat. I should check up on the village. Maybe someone needs a good song to cheer them up. I'm sure Bea would love one. I think Bea could probably was probably cheered up by a good flood. But speaking of her, maybe you can hand out some of her spa coupons for me. Sure thing. Her spa rocks. I shall start by enlightening Grace. Is she still here? No, she just left together with Hex. Something about primordial water. Those wizards. I'll try to catch up to them. See you soon. Don't finish the song without me, Fable. I'll wait for you. Can I get one of those coupons? Sure you can. Just make sure to tell Bea I sent you. Of course. What a strange morning. Or exciting morning? Both, I think. Would you like a morning drink? Please. Yeah, we don't have anything. Oh, I was like, we don't have an order. Yeah, she's gonna want the Swift Strike. So I wonder if you can do that, where you can just mix another drink and just add and have 3, but it doesn't necessarily need to be the Swift Strike. Because I would like another drink that's got the 3 agility. A drink with 0 primordial water, maybe. It does taste a little primordial and very delicious. Perfect. You know, last night when I couldn't sleep, I was watching the fish swimming by the windows. Their scales kept reflecting the water, making them shift and shimmer like they almost weren't there. I was mesmerized by them. It was like a dream that kept pulling me towards the waves. It was beautiful and haunting. Do you think it looks like that every day somewhere? That beautiful? That haunting? I think any place we can imagine exists somewhere, if only in our heads. I'd like to see all those places. I don't think they're all safe to see. Fable, by the dragons, they're here. Are you all right? I am. The innkeep kept me safe. It's good to see you. See you both are well too. Couldn't you have let us know you were breathing? We couldn't find you anywhere. I'm sorry, I just woke up. Were you guys worried about me? Maybe. Of course we were. Don't even know if you can swim. I can you? Of course. What about Melly? Kara says no. Oh, we should teach you sometime. Sure. Thank you for worrying about me, but I actually had a pretty nice night. Boy and I gave Grace and the innkeeper a small concert while we were all stuck inside. Oh, sad that we missed that. I can track down Void to give you guys an encore. That'd be nice. I'm sorry I didn't get around to picking you up. It's okay. I bet the roads were a bit busy. Yeah, it was a little tough getting out. Rufus loved it, though. Think he made some new friends. Seems like this catastrophe had some pleasant side effects. What happened anyway? Did a whale eat a moon this time? No idea what that's supposed to mean, but no, or maybe, no idea how it happened. They say the primordial sea flooded the Twilight chasm, and it all spilled out through its portals into Fiosa, leaving us with this mess. That's new. At least the other continents probably got through it without much trouble. For once, they can be less jealous of our portals. I do hope everyone is okay. Everyone could check on it. Luckily for us, the water's drained enough to rescue everyone around here. Though I heard that underwater hasn't emerged yet. Happy to see you all emerged. Mostly. What does that mean? Are you still looking for someone? Yes, I was wondering if Melly is here. Yeah, I asked about that. She wasn't home when I checked on her. No, she didn't stop by yesterday, nor today. Did you see her before that? Did she say where she'd be going? I'm afraid she hasn't been in since she returned from Zoford. That wizard punk hasn't seen her either. Took a second to ask him when he almost broke down Kumo's door looking for Grace. Do we know if she can swim? I'm sure she can, and I'm sure she's just taken shelter elsewhere. You taught her how to hide well, after all. Maybe she's just putting that to good use. When I returned yesterday, I found Rufus eating out of a strange apparatus that dispenses food and water every couple of hours. Like someone really smart set it up for him in their absence. Yes, he was gorging himself on some food, but Melly was nowhere to be found. Oh, that's worrying. Did she leave a note? No. Okay, now I'm starting to get worried about Melly. Maybe ask Jade for help. She's very good at finding things. I shall investigate that avenue right now. Fable, would you be okay with our moving our time? Time? You got an appointment or something? More like a date. Can't wait for that story. I'll tell you later. But, yes, we should move it. This isn't the kind of dancing in the rain I was hoping for. Me neither. Another time, then? Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Me, too. I hope she didn't try to investigate the fish. They'd eat her alive. Sounds a little more hopeful. The girl's savvy. I mean, look at that contraption she left behind. Ain't no fish got a chance against her. Being hopeful isn't really my thing. Then make it your thing. I'll let you know when I find her. Such a man of few words. A man of expletive words. He's just worried. Speaking of worries and words, Care, it's good to finally see you back. How was the escorting? I hope you didn't get too wet? It happened. How did it happen? Well, actually, this can wait a bit, right? Yeah. Thanks for understanding. I'll be back later, once I can think more clearly. Still got some people I'd like to check up on. Fable, I'm guessing you'd like to check in with your family too? Yes, I would love to make sure everyone's alright. Maybe Melly's with the Armathine Hydra. She really wanted to ask for its tea recommendations. I'm counting on you returning with a good story. Don't get too excited. I'll see if I can drag Ray and Fancy Pants along with. Think they could use a drink. Speaking of which, got one for the road? Sure thing. Somebody's trying to get you through all that socializing. You got it. And let's do Sailor's Courage. We want... Yeah, we could do chili peppers. We could not those. Or, yeah, we're gonna do... Yeah, we'll do pine cones. And then we'll do a touch of agility. A touch of charisma. And then top it off with a little bit more strength. Sailor, that's a Southern Brawler. I wanted Sailor's Courage. What am I missing? Oh. There we are. There's the Sailor's Courage. Thank you, Andu. I mean, Southern Brawler works too, but... Here you go. The strongest thing I could brew up for you. Thanks. Miss these drinks. A little. Oh, that's sweet. Don't dwell on it. Anyway, Fable, let's go. I'll be right there. I'm sure everybody will be okay, Innkeeper, so don't worry about it. And make sure to keep hot chocolate warm for Melly. I'm sure she'd love one of those. I'll give it my best. I know you will. Don't swim out too far. We'll see. The waters are dangerous these days. Just what are you up to? Time to make sure I have enough ingredients for hot chocolate around, I guess. Good to see you're open, Innkeep. And a good evening to you, Una. Ha, spare me the babbling. Though I'm glad to see you seem to be unharmed. I am, thanks to some protective spells I put on the inn a while back. Works better than any insurance. What about you? Are you unharmed? I'm as good as new. Might be missing an arm, but that doesn't mean I forgot how to swim. It's easier than walking, actually. And breathing in water instead of air was unexpectedly nice. These gills aren't just for decorative purposes. Felt a little bit like home, you know? But the water tasted different than that of the astral sea. More primordial, I might even say. Yeah, I figured. But you don't seem to be very worried about it. Nah, whatever happens is none of my business now. I'm retired. And water also doesn't bother me. Shouldn't bother you too much either, am I right? Since you are close to... I knew you wouldn't forget. I might be old, but I'm not senile. Me neither. So you wouldn't call the primordial sea your home then? I've inhabited a few planes already. My past doesn't define the word home for me anymore. But you're right, primordial water doesn't do any harm to me. Even if I wanted to drown in it, I wouldn't be able to. But honestly, I was more worried about my patrons and the inn itself. I hope everyone is safe and well. Wouldn't worry too much about all your regulars. Adventurers are tough folks, and your drinks toughen them up even further. I have faith that you're right. But your tavern... well, let's just say it's definitely seen better days. Nah, that's kind of an understatement. It looks like expletive. Ouch. I've been working the whole day to clean up as much as I can. My condolences. Say, have you talked to the Wizard of Morlia? No, sadly I haven't had the pleasure. Oh, you should if you get the chance. He's always loved all kinds of spells and enchantments. More of the kind involving trickery, like puzzles and traps, but I'm sure he also knows a protective spell or two. I mean, he's been protecting his wizard tower for quite some time now. I'll keep that in mind if I ever get to meet him. But I suppose you're not just here to talk. How about a drink? Ha, you definitely have a way with customer service. How about a drink that'll wake my old muscles up so that I can help you tidy up the tavern afterward? Can't quite remember having asked for help. What's that? My old ears suddenly can't understand what you're saying. How unfortunate. Maybe a strong drink would help. Alright, coming up, right up. And you want that one, so we're going to do a Sailor's Courage. So we're going to do that. Not with that one. No, Sailor's Courage go with... yeah, the citrine. There we go. So we're gonna do a touch of dexterity. We got that, and we'll just do a touch of strength. And a touch of charisma. There we go. Sailor's Courage. Done. There you go. A drink powerful like the astral sea. Wonderful. I consume enough primordial water to last me weeks. And it doesn't taste exactly like home. but the hint of elemental magic revived some old memories. I gotta say, you definitely know your craft. Thank you. Could I maybe convince you to just relax and let me do my work? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Forget it. Let's clean this messy tavern. If you insist. Before I forget, all that water swept some animal remains into my pockets. Don't really know where they came from, and I don't really feel any kind of astral energy coming from them. So I assume they're either Gaian or primordial. And before I stab myself with them while cleaning, I want to check if you'd have any use for them. Stab? Yeah, they're surprisingly sharp. Now I'm curious, let me see. Ha, you're so easy. Fusion Saberfang. Thank you, Una. They may not be primordial, but I think I know just what to do with them. Gonna spice up some drinks? Maybe. Can't wait to try them then. And now let's spice up this old rusty tavern. I mean, we're gonna fix the window? There's Karen Rea. Welcome back to my tavern, brave adventurers. Good to see you're all unharmed and doing well. I'm not getting... At least we didn't drown. By the way, who's that granny on your porch? Looks like she's collecting driftwood. Don't mind her. She's an old friend of mine with some weird habits. She wanted to help tidy up my tavern after the flood. That's kind of nice, actually. I suppose so. I couldn't convince her to let me do it alone. Did the flood hit you as well? You bet. Had to hold on to Rhea for a quick second there, or else she would have been swept away like a twig. Heard your... Yeah. We had just passed Thamus when it happened. Luckily, there were two carriages nearby, wedged between sturdy trees and a large boulder. We managed to pull ourselves out of the raging waters and into those carriages. Thank the dragons, it could have gone south really quick. And your tavern looks a wee bit wet as well. It is. I've been working non-stop to clean it up. That's not good. Working non-stop comes with being self-employed, I guess. No, I mean the flood. Never heard of a flood that massive. It spread all the way from Thymus to Zenith. You're right. We certainly aren't that close to the sea, Thamus maybe, but not your inn. It's all very recent. We'll have to wait until we know the true extent of it. Did you not realize that there's still water outside the window? But what about your mission? Did you complete it before the flood started? I'm gonna guess. Come to think of it, Archie, you've been awfully quiet today. That's very unlike the noble hero, I know. Give him a break, would you? We had some pretty rough nights. Oh, did something go wrong? The drink you prepared for us with those golden feathers? I remember. I mean, it did what it was supposed to, but it wasn't enough. Don't know if another potion could have changed our fate, though. What happened? I'm gonna guess Archie's friend didn't make it. I guess I'm telling the story then. Let's begin. We actually would have been well prepared if this had been a normal escorting mission, that is. It all started like a regular quest. We met our client in his temporary abode, which looked like it was worth more money than Care and I will ever make in our lives combined. Correct. Anyways, our client's name was Theodore. Theodore Hugo Frederick Sinclair III, to be exact. He told us politely not to call him by his full name, so we agreed on Theodore. He's the noble son of some wealthy diplomat, hence the long name. I figured. and you had to go get him to Daria because of some financial conflicts between them and the mainland. Correct. At first, everything went surprisingly well. Since the magical bridge got destroyed, we had to get to Daria by ship. Because of the dispute, no ships from the mainland are allowed to dock in Amasa, so we had to take the long way. From the port of Windmore to the Windy Meadows to Twinborough, and then to Amasa by foot. All with a young nobleman that rarely strays from home. The kid had some quirks and mannerisms neither of us were familiar with, but luckily Archie was there to help us out. I tend to be a little wary around rich people, but we actually got along quite well. Especially little Archie here was hanging on his every word. We didn't take the main road to avoid too much unwanted attention. Moving quickly through the Darien tundra, we only encountered a few obstacles like tree trunks. Rhea and I kept the path clear while Archie entertained our client. He was quite useful after all, even though it was his first quest. He definitely knew how to tell stories and keep us entertained. Theodore loved every tale Archie told. Yeah, seems like you're a natural-born storyteller. You also have a surprising amount of knowledge about plants and stuff in that orange head of yours. I'm glad I could be of help. Theo rarely went outside, so I assisted him with my knowledge of plants that sting or those with poison. That's a very helpful skill. Everything went as planned until the sun started setting. I think my ears picked it up first. They were like a bunch of low humming sounds, far away still, but definitely unusual. Didn't hear anything, but I'd always trust the fluffy ears of a Volcakin over me own. I asked the two boys if those types of sounds were common around there, but they both denied it. That's when I started getting this weird feeling in my guts. Every experienced adventurer knows that sooner or later, it's like a sixth sense to keep you out of trouble. I've heard about, I know what you're talking about. That looming feeling deep within your stomach. I knew something was wrong and that if we didn't get out of there, our situation would only get worse. At first, I just told Rhea, didn't want to alarm the two boys. Your client should never be afraid, that's just bad customer service. Agreed, so we quietly tried to figure out what to do. By then, I could only faintly hear the deep sounds. But if I could hear them, Archie and Theodore could as well. And they also heard us talking. That's unfortunate. We agreed on positioning the two boys between us, even though Archie proclaimed he could fight as well. A simple but efficient lineup. Me at the back of the line, Kara in the front because she's got the best ears. Theodore was still calm. He said something along the lines of course they'd try to start an assault. That's why I hired you, remember? He's not wrong. I just would have expected more, the regular kind of assassin. Whatever that might be. If you'd let me continue, you'd get it. Sorry, my bad. To make things worse, it got real dark real quick. And we could hear that guttural grunting all around us. She said, "Bogging crap, where are they? Where are they coming from?" But, well, at first I could only see one, then two. Then suddenly they were everywhere. Zombies. We were surrounded by zombies. I had to think fast. There weren't any gaps in their formation, so I knew we had to fight. Thanks to those enchanted feathers in your drink, I was able to quickly overpower two zombies by smashing their heads together. You're strong. I like strong women. I pushed both boys forward so they'd get moving. I knew if we wanted to get out of there in one piece, we needed to stay together. Kara was blocking attacks left and right, slicing through rotten skin and brittle bones with her greatsword. She was a sight to behold. My sword lended me its power to fight us through. but I would have needed more time to figure out a plan. There was just so many of them. I knew we had to get back to the main road. The terrain, so deep in the forest, was very uneven, made running away from a horde of the undead even more difficult. How did so many of them get there? At least it was apparent why all those animals had disappeared on the road. They got eaten by the undead. And we'd be next if we didn't get the expletive out of there. So we ran. But turns out a nobleman's clothes aren't made for running. They made for nothing except looking obnoxious. They're not even that comfortable. I was more prepared than Theo, but even some of my seams ripped. I could hear Rhea behind us telling us to hurry up unless we wanted to die. So I wrapped my hand around Theo's velvet-coated wrist, and we just didn't let go. There was no way I would let anyone die on my first mission. But then, right before we got to the main road, he tripped. I suppose it was bound to happen. Rhea had somehow outrun us and was already stumbling onto the main road ahead. I tried to pull Theo up on his feet, but his pants must have gotten caught in some thorns, and he just couldn't get up. I tried to get him free. I really tried, but my hands were just so sweaty and shaky. I saw the zombies. I saw their rotting faces as they got closer and close. I was too far away to realize what was going on, and when I finally noticed, it was too late. I knew getting to the road was our main priority. But when I got there, the two boys were missing. I knew something must have gone wrong. I turned around, and right as I did, I saw Archie and Theodore on the ground. A bunch of zombies was getting close to them. I warded off the first two, maybe three, but there were just so many of them. Then Theo screamed, the most horrifying scream filled with pain and agony. I've read about that sort of scream before, but I didn't think it would sound so heartbreaking. Go with gut-wrenching. Yes. That's when Rhea and Carolyn suddenly appeared next to us again. They pushed the zombies back and helped Theo get up. Well, as much as they could with what was left of his left leg. I know I had to come up with a plan. There were too many zombies for us to fight, and running away would have been difficult since Theodore was hurt. But your drink was driving me forward. Kind of like a drinkable Lucky Charm. I had already slain a Chimera, so I should have been able to handle a few undead and a hurt client with ease. Slain a Chimera? Chimera. Yeah. Oh, you keep surprising me. Sadly, slaying all those undead wasn't a possibility, but maybe, I thought to myself, maybe I could outsmart them. Theo was hurt, and he wasn't looking too good. The undead seemed to be drawn to the smell of his fresh blood, and thanks to your drink, I was still quite hasty. I knew I could outrun any dead expletive. So on a whim, I turned back to the other three. Rhea was still trying to fight back dozens of monsters while Archie supported Theodore. I grabbed a piece of bloody cloth that had been ripped off of Theodore's leg. I don't know if they listened or if it was just the smell that drew them to me, but I yelled, "I'm here. Come and get y'all a fresh piece of meat." I thought she'd grown crazy, I tell you. But it was a smart move. I definitely had their attention. Archie was out of it, so I told Rhea to just follow the path to Amasa and treat Theodore's wounds as quickly as possible. I would then catch up with them as soon as I was done there. And that's what we did. I don't argue with women that are taller and faster than me. Her quick thinking probably saved our expletive. Good call, both of you. I led those brain-dead monsters in the opposite direction. Turns out, I could easily outrun them. But I wanted to get rid of them once and for all, or else we wouldn't have been safe for long. And as soon as I spotted a cliff between the trees with nothing but a vast sea further on, I knew what to do. I knew I had to override my instincts, so it was kind of dangerous. but he yelled one more time, "Come and get me if you can." And then I threw the piece of cloth off the cliff. My instincts kicked in, wanting to play fetch. Luckily, my will was stronger than the monsters. One after another, they tried to catch the blood-drenched fabric and jumped, falling to their, well, hopefully final deaths. Can't believe that actually worked. Me neither, but otherwise I wouldn't be standing here. I'm glad. Seems like the undead are kind of like pack animals, at least for the most part. A few of them didn't take the bait, but nothing my greatsword couldn't fix. I followed Ray on the boys' tracks until we met up again. We could already see the light of a massa in the distance. But we hadn't been fast enough. With every step, Theo's hand grasping my shoulder was already getting weaker and weaker. I didn't even dare look at his face while I talked to him to keep him awake. Even when his answers started getting sparse and quiet. But you made it, right? I'm gonna take that as a no. Right? No. He didn't make it. Tell me that's not true. I wish it wasn't. But I'd never lie about someone's death. Especially not his. I'm so sorry, Archie. I didn't know the mission would be so dangerous. It's not your fault, Innkeep. It's none of our faults either. Maybe I should have prepared a different drink for you. It's alright. We did our best. Things don't always go as planned. I guess life isn't as magically perfect as the numerous tales I've read would suggest. Bad things can happen to anyone, even to those with the purest of hearts. Some may deserve it, but most don't. I just wish it wouldn't have been him. It's such a selfish thought, but I can't get it out of my head. And that's fine. It's just not fair. Why him? I apologize. I didn't mean to raise my voice like that. It's alright, kid. We know the pain you feel. You know, some deaths are inevitable. Illness, old age, whatever it may be. Those are easier to stomach, even if they hurt. That's true. And then there are deaths which are completely unexpected. Those don't feel fair to us. They make us think, if I only did this, if I only said that, and so forth. But you mustn't dwell on those feelings. It's okay to mourn, but you can't change the past. The only thing you can change is the future. Live the life your friend would have wanted for you. Make him proud. I suppose you're right. What did you do then? Did you still go to Amasa? We did, yes. He must have died just before we arrived. Someone from the Night Watch recognized him. We were immediately surrounded by healers, but it was already too late. You may bring bodies back from the dead, but not souls. After we explained the situation and how I got rid of the zombies, they offered for us to stay the night. We needed some rest before making our way back the next morning. I also sent a letter to Theo's family. I wanted to. After all, I've known them since I was a child, and I was with him in his last moments. If someone was going to deliver the bad news, it needed to be me. I'm not sure I could have acted so calm and collected. I really wasn't. Also, I don't know if this is perhaps too macabre, but would you hold on to something for me? Of course. What is it? It's the quill that I used to write the letter to Theo's parents. I must have lost my supplies somewhere on the way to Diria, so I had to buy a new quill. First, I thought of it as a nice memento, but the wound is still too fresh. I'll hold on to it as long as you need me to. Thank you, innkeeper. Just trying to see where it got added. Just what's going to happen with the dispute between Diria and the mainland now? Now that the ambassador has died on Dirian soil, it's just such a big mess. And we didn't fix anything. We just made things worse. Anyway, I'm just so terribly tired. Please excuse me. Good night, everyone. You want to sleep here tonight? Sometimes a little company can do wonders. And you'll be safe from any potential floods. I'll also be sleeping here. I suppose you're right. Maybe I'll occupy one of your rooms then, dear innkeeper. Of course. Go on upstairs, third door on the left. Make yourself at home. I think I'll just sleep. But I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. Good night, everyone. I hope he'll be alright. Let the kid grieve. I guess asking if either of you'd like a drink would be an insensitive at this point. Don't. Got it. Instead, Carrot, let's talk about your extraordinary fighting skills. Gotta say, I was really impressed with how you decimated those zombies. Takes a good beast slayer to know one. Nah, I'm more of a general fighting type, you know, but I can always appreciate two strong hands. And such a well-crafted great sword on top of that. Happy to see you appreciate strong craftsmanship. It was a gift from my Baba. She told me the great dragons themselves gifted it to her, but I don't know if that's true. Could be. You won against a chimera, after all. You might be onto something there. Have you ever heard of the Great Axe of Most powerful weapon ever, forged by the origin of the world themselves? You bet. Think it really exists? I mean, my Baba loved to tell stories. But if her sword was made by the dragons, maybe Ur's great axe is also more than just a myth. Dwarves have their origin in the subterranean caves, you know, on the plains of Ur. I grew up in a labyrinth of caves, surrounded by gems and ores, legends and tales. I mean, I haven't seen it with my own two eyes yet, but I'm convinced the legendary weapon exists. I bet it's so large, I probably wouldn't even recognize it as an axe. I've heard Ur keeps it in their resting place at all times. Yeah, though so far no one has found that yet. And hopefully no one ever has to. What do you mean? You know the tale. If someone was to wake Ur up, the apocalypse would begin. But that's just an old tale, right? Something you tell kids that don't want to eat their food? You know, eat up or Ur will awaken. Questionable parenting techniques, if you ask me. Yeah, I got to hear that a few times when I was still a wee bairn. All those tales ever did was make me want to craft a legendary weapon myself. Have you ever made something like it? Not yet, but I will soon. I'll make the greatest weapon ever forged and smash this year's Orhart blacksmithing competition to bits. I'll outcraft my ex-husband with ease. That expletive. Ex-husband? Yeah, we used to work together. Now he claims I wouldn't stand a chance without him, but I'll prove him wrong. Anyways, innkeep, Care, I think it's getting quite late, and it's been an exhausting week. Absolutely agreed. Let's get some rest. And then look for another quest elsewhere to afford me crafting materials. Good Good night, you two. Good night, Care. Night, Innkeep. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chapter 15, Riptide. Miko. Sup, my fella Enigma. Sup. I don't find you that difficult to comprehend. That's what they all think. How's it going? Hopping? Running? Moderately. Why? My tavern and I are doing well, but we were hit by a tsunami yesterday. I'm glad I can provide comfort to everyone in these trying times, but I also wish they were less turbulent. Boo, spoken like a true politician. Commit to one extreme. I'm committing to honesty. Yeah, right, good one. Honesty, which makes me not a good politician. But a tsunami, huh? So that's what that was? Cool. Sucks that I was busy playing a round of Magic the Scattering. Made me miss the whole thing. I would have loved to surf those waves. I'm sure you would have had a grand old time. Maybe next flood. You think I should start the next one on purpose? No. Aw, come on. This place has made you lame. I'd like my tavern to keep standing, and the people around it as well. Like I said, lame. You got anything interesting to say? I have an interesting question. Shoot. Have you seen Melly anywhere? She's gone missing. Oh, that pocket-sized detective? Sure did. Several times even. Were any of them recently? Would say so. I think the last time was 2 days ago. I was chilling in Moon Swamp. I just tested out the witch spa's good old Voy boy recommended. Met some lost travelers on the way back and was giving them the conversation of their lives when the cat rudely interrupted my business pitch. Made them run off without a single handshake, little snitch. What were you selling? Hair growth cocktails inspired by your little things. You drink them, your hair grows. Fast? Ah, well, fast, smashed, past. It'll grow eventually. You just gotta have some patience. I see. So, Melly at the Moon Swamp. Where exactly did you see her? On the way to the moon pools, duh. Where the paths diverge and nature tries to lead you astray from its shimmering reflections in the water. Isn't that near one of the Twilight Chasm portals? Oh yeah, that means she got a fresh opportunity to go surfing. Good for her. What a positive outlook on things. Always good to have one of those. After all that matters in life is fun, right? I don't know about that. Life is full of so many beautiful and important things. Not all of them are fun. They should be, at least for me. Don't care what you're up to. Speaking of fun, been wondering, do you think I should explore the Twilight Chasm? Do you want to? Ish. It sounds exciting, especially since I've never been there before. They say it's just like Avalon but reversed, with a different color scheme and all that. Do you enjoy Avalon? Sometimes. I haven't been home in ages. Let me tell you, as soon as those portals opened up, I was out of there. Running from pesky consequences? You got it. Been wondering what a nightmare version of Gaia looks like? That's what they call it, right? Avalon's the dream. The Twilight Chasm's the nightmare. Gaia's like waking up. Probably doesn't look too different from the Sealy Court, am I right? Couldn't tell ya. So you claim, but I know a fellow scam artist when I see one. In the mirror? Oh, you think you're funny, do you? Well, you're hilarious. High five, bud. No. Bummer. Anyway, with your obviously non-existent, only hypothetical plane traveling experience, do you think I should take a trip down to the horrors of memory and melancholia? I think you should. Go for it. It sounds very exciting. Who knows what you'll find? Maybe the answers you seek. I'm not seeking any answers. I already know what I want. Then maybe you'll find the right questions. You're so weird, you know that, right? That makes two of us. You got me there. Fascinating advice, innkeeper. If I cared more, I'd probably say it says something about you. I mean, I did see it. I did say it, so. Luckily for you, this is already boring me. Then how about a drink to keep you with me a little longer? We're on the same wavelength to dude. Yeah, hit me up with one of those. Something fast so I can rush to the waves when they return. I'll mix up something real quick. Alright, that's gonna end up being a swift strike, so we can just draw the recipe. However, oh man, I've got so many quests. Do I have anything that I can actually do with? Yeah, I don't think I have anything that I can actually... Yeah, I don't have anything. Oh, those are two that go together. Okay. Let's see. Fable has one. Nico. For a while, they've never been to the Twilight Chasm. I'm very curious about the... Okay. So we're just going to do a quick... swift strike. There we go. This would have been a perfect one to try out if I could do something else. Fast and mischievous, just like you. Sick. This is lit. I'll give you that. Thank you. Baya! Welcome back, Baya. Thank you. How was your road trip? It was good. We stopped by my spot and did mud masks. And did you help them find their way back home? Yes. The forests were lush and green. We didn't find any sleeping people, but we ran into a group of meerkats and a rug engaged in a conversation about taxes. The nice ghost even gave me her sunglasses. They're so cool. What else is up? The sky, the sun, but no stars. And some trees? No, trees are in the middle. Not to an ant. Ants, so cute. Do you have any ants? Not on me. And you, innkeeper, any ants? Not at the moment, sorry. Oh, no ants. Can I offer you a drink as an apology? Yes, make me feel like a little nimble ant. Ant potion, got it. Yeah, I want that. So you're gonna get a swift strike because that's the only drink I've got that... Unless... Nope. Yep, nope. Nope. Everything's that, so swift strike it is. So a little defense, little intelligence, and cap it off with all kinds of agility right there. So strike. Here, for my favorite pseudo-ant. Oh, this is so tasty. I want to look up at the trees now. I'm sure they'll seem taller. Can I do anything else for you? Yes, several things. Have you been handing out my coupons? Yes, I have. Just recently I gave some to Voy. Have people been dropping by? They have, and they're really nice. The mud masks are the most popular, and the flowers. Grace said my flower bracelets are her favorite. They must be gorgeous. I'm making new ones just for her. She'll love that. I hope so. Second thing, are you okay? I'm honestly worried about Melly, so I'm gonna say I'm a bit distraught. The other day really did a number on me. I'm trying to stay positive, but I can't say I feel the best. Oh no, that's awful. Do you want extra coupons or flowers? Flower coupons? I think your company will be quite enough. Innkeeper, I want flowers. Oh, nice. But what about lotus flowers? Yes, I would love a lotus flower. I brought you some. Thank you! In case I needed to cheer you up. Yay! Oh, for me? Yes. They are special flowers. I've heard they're Earth's favorites, and they bless you with their protection. They also make you feel nimble, like an ant. Thank you very much, Baya. Hee. I've been wanting to check in on people. So the lotus flower is another infusion. I really enjoyed the flood. But I thought about when the Banshee told Mari and me that some people don't like drowning. Correct. I hope I can cheer them up a little. You're already cheering me up. I am? Yeah, I was bored. Now I'm having fun. Cheering up. Quest succeeded. Yippee! I also have some questions. Ask me. Have you seen Melly anywhere in your swamp? The small cat, Vulcan? She might have been investigating your flowers. No, I didn't see a cat anywhere, but I was also very busy tending to my sniffling willows. They need a lot of love. I see. How's your swamp doing? Good. It's so wet now, and there are so many new interesting critters and plants. What kind of plants? Those with teeth? Some have teeth, some have eyes and spikes, and haunting spirals for long forgotten mistakes. Sick, I gotta check those ones out. They're nice. They speak just like little horrible birdies. You're one of those people who can talk to plants? Yes. How are they doing? The plants, I mean. Depends on the plants, but they're all very loud at the moment. They love the water. They hate the water. They complain about the onslaught of the undead. They're ambivalent about the water. What was that? Ambivalent? It means they don't care, but they still want to say something about it. No, the undead. Ah, them. The trees from the Pale Woods are very upset. They say that squeaky undead keep chewing on their roots and bark and leaves. And their brains? No, they can't reach those. But there's a lot of them. Maybe soon they'll learn how to climb or fly. The Pale Woods. I've never heard of there before. Is it a good hangout spot? I don't think so. It's so dry. But maybe the undead like dryness. I would think they'd prefer bogs. Everyone should. Agreed. Hey, Bayek, can you come show me the Twilight Chasm plants? Would love to taste test them. Yes, but you'd have to help me hand out coupons first. Do I have to? Please? Fine. But only because I'm getting bored again. Hooray! And please keep handing them out to people who need cheering up, innkeeper. Including yourself. Will do. Have fun, you two. Thank you. I did see that I found the quill finally. Oh, can we come over here? No? Did I? There's Fable. Hiya, Fable. How's it going? All fine and dandy? All fine and tired. Actually, not so fine. How come? Well, the city's a mess. So is the Grove, and Thelmus, and Trigarin. We still don't know exactly what happened, or how. There's the undead problem, not too far from us apparently, and Archie is miserable. And no one has seen Melly in days. A lot of people are worried, a lot of people also just aren't. Una told me not to worry either, but it's hard. Yes, very. I just want everyone to be safe. I want to fix this, whatever this is. Fable, I know everything is a lot right now. Especially since this is the first wave of adventures that you've ever faced. Pun intended. But Una isn't wrong. A little less worrying wouldn't hurt. See, I'm sure it's not as bad as it feels right now. I'm sure someone else will take care of it. Yeah, I'm sure it's not as bad as it feels right now. Sure, it's unpleasant, but worse things have happened. And we've always been fine. Maybe it's just nature, or the dragons are craving change. There's nothing we can do about it. There's always something we can do. You taught me that. Sometimes things sort themselves out, too. It's quite pleasant to wait out occasionally. I just wish I could do more. I understand. How about a drink? That's something I can do for you. Not right now, I think. Hey. You look stressed. Stressed? Why? What makes you say that? I'm good. I'm fine. Everything's great. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's awesome. Yeah, something's definitely wrong. If you're saying it like that, something must be terribly wrong. How about a drink? A little help for telling us what's going on. Sure. Maybe charisma? Let's do Sunny Breeze. Which I believe I do one of these. A little bit of intelligence. And a bit more charisma. As if Andu needs anything. Alright. Sunny Breeze. Oh, we need... Is that... Hold on. Let me double check. Alright, so I need... What is it that I need for the Sunny Breeze? Yeah, it doesn't tell me I need anything. Okay. So this is that one. Okay. Now, I want to do the Sunny Breeze with the feather, I think. We'll have to do 2, 3, and then we're gonna do 2 the charisma. Sunny Breeze, there we go. With the feather, because that's what Melly gave us when she first appeared. I hope this helps with the word vomit. It does a little bit, thank you. Anytime. So, what happened? Nothing really much at all. I was just taking a stroll, trying to find Melina. Checking in on the people Fable asked me to check in on. Thank you for that. Yeah, after you helped calm me down last night, I'm glad I could help. So I was, you know, taking a walk around the outskirts of Themis. A walk is good, right? Right, so good. I even came across new people. A lot of them were echoes. Did you talk to them? Of course not. I expected nothing else. That's peculiar, though. There aren't a lot of echoes on Gaia. There are now. Apparently the flood brought in a lot of primordial refugees. Not everyone's comfortable being submerged in water, after all. And they say Leviathan's plane is a mess right now. Oh? Hope everyone has a place to stay. They're looking for places, for sure. Some merchants are even offering them rides around Fiosa and beyond. Like to Borkham, for example, which they advertised as the perfect vacation spot. It is. It's right by the Phocean Wadden Sea. Very popular with travelers and retirees. I believe Una lives there currently when she's not bothering me at my tavern. Awesome. I bet it's great there. I bet you can relax like nowhere else. You can. There's a wonderful Leviathan museum. Yeah, what's going on, Kumo? Nothing. Nothing at all. Yeah, no. Just my parents taking a casual trip to Borkham. Your parents? Like, their ghost was Tuat also flooded? Unlikely. I don't think souls can leave the upper world so easily. You're right. It would be difficult for ghosts to make it out of Tuat, but into a mocktail bar. But being Gaian tourists is a lot easier to do when you're not actually dead. I'm sorry to ask this of you, but you might have to elaborate a little more. It's simple. My parents aren't dead. I saw them with the merchants near Themis, booking a carriage and an all-inclusive boat journey to Borkham. They were going on about how they had a positive outlook on having to leave the primordial sea. How it was like a free vacation, a blessing in disguise. Good for them. But didn't you see them die? No, I just saw a burning village and couldn't find them anywhere. That foolish conclusion was all mine. So they didn't die, they just left. Yes. They literally left a 7-year-old to fend for themselves. They are scum of the earth. I'm sorry, Kumo. That's awful. It's a new kind of awful for sure. How stupid of me to think them dead. Shouldn't have thought that only the claws of Tuat could make them leave me. You should have. They're your parents. They should never have abandoned you. Well, they did. Indeed. So what now? I'm not sure. That is, I don't know what to do. Do you want to talk about it? No, not right now. Kumo, maybe. Anyway, have you found Melina yet? Not yet. But Aniko saw her last at the Moon Swamp. What? About 2 days ago. But there's a Twilight Chasm portal there, where the dragon-cursed flood started. Indeed. Did Bea see her? No, she didn't. That's great. That's awesome. That's even better. You said awesome an alarming number of times. Because this is also awesome. I'll keep looking for her. There's not a lot you can do without leaving your tavern, except... Innkeeper, please, I beg of you, put out a quest to find Melly right now. I need to figure out what to do about my parents before they disappear again. I don't know how much time I'll have. She needs to be safe, but I can't go myself. We need to find her. Please help me find her. I don't exactly have enough information yet, but I'll make sure to find out more and make a quest. And I'll put it up immediately. Thank you. I hope someone will find her. We will, I promise you. I believe you. I will. I have to go think. Good luck with that. I'll see you soon. Yeah, don't burn down your tavern, I mean. I'll try not to. Someone's worried. I'm worried there too. Of course he is. Do you really think Melly is okay? I hope so. But I'm a little worried too. She was very close to that portal. And that was very close to the tidal waves. Yes. And maybe to whoever started them. We don't know if anyone started them. We don't. Are Tia and Clay back? Not yet. I see. Wherever and however she is. Whether she was just watching the sky or trying to unravel a mystery, she might need help. So please give me that quest. Pardon? Please give me that quest right now so I can find her. No, it's not done. No, it's not for you. It's not done. That's all right. I already know both of the rumors, and I know Melly well. I think I have enough information to find her, and I don't think we'll have time to be pedemic right now. Pedemic. There's a certain way things have to be done. Your way? Yes, I'm sorry, but it's just how things are. Because you made them that way? Fable, listen, if you rush into this, you'll be putting both Melly and yourself in danger. You just said you were worried too, and you want me to do nothing? Well, weren't you encouraging me to go on more adventures just a week ago? Or are you only okay with me leaving when it's something as small as some snails? I just think something like the flood must have been caused by a massive force. Whether worrisome, purposeful, or neither, it's certainly not harmless. And you don't have a lot of experience with adventures like this. Or with different planes. What if she's in the Twilight Chasm? You need to level up before you stand a chance against true nightmares. Maybe we get another quest from the farmers. Their fields must have taken a lot of damage. Archie needs cheering up too. Don't patronize me. I simply don't think you're ready for this one. Why are you being like this? You always say I should get out of my comfort zone. You encourage me to change, to grow stronger and braver. And now that I do, it's suddenly wrong? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying the timing isn't right. And why do you get to decide what my timing is? Why should I leave my comfort zone, but once something is out of yours, it's a mistake? Things aren't that simple. I know, I've lived for over 100 years. I know that things aren't simple. I also know they don't change by pretending they aren't, or by pretending they're not missing. Think what you might, the quest hasn't been put up yet, so it cannot be taken. I don't need some sheet of parchment to find her. Just make me a drink. I'm gonna go think about this. You might damn both of you this way. You're going to look for someone no one has seen in several days after a giant disaster. She could be anywhere, including the realm of nightmares you know nothing about. You've never even encountered bleak stalkers, and they'd be the least of your worries there. There are adventurers here who have faced things worse than this, who will have a much higher chance of bringing her back safely along with themselves. Is this your way of saying you won't make me a drink? Just let it go, let someone else handle it. So they get hurt instead of me? That's not what I said. But it's what you meant. You don't know what's awaiting you out there. But you do? Of course not. But I can guess it won't be pretty. You know, I never really realized how much you lie to me all the time. You tell me to be honest, but how can I know you're being honest with me? I'm always honest with you, Fable. I care about you. Let me help you. Maybe you can take a nap in one of my rooms and we'll see how you feel after. Enough. I've made up my mind. And I've made up my mind. I'm not giving you the quest, and I'm not making you a drink. Okay? I don't need a drink. Don't be ridiculous. Going on an adventure without my help is reckless at best, foolish at worst. I'm not going to sit around and wait while other people suffer, not if I have a chance to help them. I'm not like you. You're right, you're not. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I know I'm going to find Melina. I don't care what it takes. And I'm not going to let anyone stop me, not even you. Fable. Maybe I should have been more honest. After all, they've always been honest with me. If I just explained everything to them. And now they're going to run towards their doom just because I can't. No, I don't want to think about that. Not sure what to do with these rumors now. Guess I'll just hang on to them. Well, I better close up for the day. Oh, okay. I do have enough for some stuff here. As the usual amount of undead seem to be haunting the west. Undead snails are being accused of eating crops. This apparently poses a problem. The trees of the pale birds are complaining about undead chewing their roots and branches, and they can't... anything they can get their teeth on. Undead don't seem to think often. They act like pack animals. I wonder if they hold elections. The vegan dead. The Pale Woods and its surrounding areas have been plagued by undead lately. First undead snails scavenging crops, then humanoid cadavers gnawing away at the forest itself. The local plants can't catch a break. No one knows what they suddenly hunger for. No one knows why they suddenly hunger for the local flora. Some brave adventurers, preferably experienced with the examinate, should look into this. I'm really worried about Melina. Mally. Act 3, The Twilight Flood. Chapter 16, The Pen and the Sword. Hey Archie. Hello, brave adventurer. Welcome back to my tavern. Hello, innkeeper. Thank you dearly for your hospitality the other day. Not being alone after all that happened, it really helped. I'm glad to hear that. How are you doing these past few days? Have been quite eventful. I'm alright. I think. I'm just trying to keep myself busy so I don't have time to think about the things that happened. Understandable. Losing a loved one is always tough, and healing takes a lot longer than you expect. I fear you might be right. Are you perhaps speaking from experience? I've been doing this job long enough to witness countless adventures passing through my tavern. Some of them return, some don't. But they always leave something behind. Warning. I see. Does it get any easier? No. And if it did, I'd be worried. Death shouldn't be easy, be it friend or foe. I suppose you're right. Distraction is always a good approach, though. I think I know what you mean. I've been writing a lot the last 2 days. I want to hold on to every memory I've made along the way, and especially to Theo's last moments. I thought going on an adventure would be like the books I read as a kid, but it's not even remotely similar. Reality is always harsher than the stories portray. I'm sorry, Archie. It's all right. Thank you for your sympathy, but I'll manage. Actually, I've been thinking about switching careers. I think I might be better off at home just dreaming of these adventures and writing them down, with happy endings and all. I'd like to note the others mentioned how much they love listening to your stories. And so did Theo. Maybe I should take Ria's advice and really continue my life the way Theo would have wanted for me. It's the safer route for sure, but if it's what you want, then why shouldn't you? On another note, how about a drink to wind down a little? Sure, why not? Any specific wishes? Surprise me with something that'll keep me focused on writing. Something to ward off distracting thoughts. Nothing easier than that. We're doing Intelligent Shield. Yeah, we're gonna do a Steel Tonic. Or First Snow. Nah, we'll do a Steel Tonic. So let's see, we have... Yeah, we can actually do that. That looks like a shark tooth. I know they... Oh, that's that saber tooth thing that we just got. Okay. So we can do an extra strength. Or 1 strength. And then we're gonna do 3 defense. Nope. Extra defense. That... Okay, yeah, I just had that wrong. Okay. Steel Tonic? Yeah, we're good. And a drink for the upcoming best-selling author. Very sweet of you. Thank you very much. Oh, this tastes absolutely delightful. I can already feel the words aligning impatiently, waiting to be written down. Don't mention it. I'm always happy to help. Speaking of which, have you by any chance heard of Melina, the famous detective? As it happens, I have. You get to know quite a lot of people when you run a tavern, you know? Have you seen her recently? Sadly, not in a while, no. I last saw her a week ago, if not 2. How curious that you also know her. Meeting such a well-known detective is a fantastic source of inspiration and exciting stories. I've heard stories of her solving the case of the lost familiars in Zoford. Yes, she solved the case alongside her trusty assistant. Ah, how inspiring. I'd love to tell her tale someday. Maybe I'll combine it with some of the rumors I've heard about this one's mysterious place in the southwest of Fiosa. Oh, which one might that be? It's a wizard tower, a magical place full of puzzles, mysteries, and magic. I've heard tales of it harboring hundreds of books containing lost and forbidden knowledge. But that's not all. There are treasures of unfathomable value and magic trinkets as well. What an exciting thought for a young detective to stumble upon a place like that. Definitely a story I'd read. Promise to send me a copy, please. Oh, but of course, I'll deliver it to you myself. Yeah, don't I need to be like researching finding some book and proofreading that? You know, if we might be a few years apart, seeing her reminded me of my own childhood. Sure, the circumstances are completely different, and I was never allowed to wander off by myself. But she seemed a little lonely, just like me back then. Always looking for my own adventures, though she found them in the real world while I relied on books. But I'm glad she found an assistant to keep her company. The life of a detective can certainly be a lonely one. I mean, I also had Theo to keep me company, but it doesn't matter anymore, does it? I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but well, Melly has been missing since the Twilight flood. No, tell me you're joking. Sadly not. I'm sorry. No, that can't be. I really hope nothing happened to her. She's so young, so small. What if she almost... Now, there's no need to panic just yet. Easy for you to say, isn't it? Your friend didn't die in your arms. You didn't have a witness his life fade from his eyes. Don't jump to conclusions, Archie. There are no clues indicating what happened to Melina. We shouldn't be expecting the worst. She might be small, but she's tough, trust me. You're right. Sorry, let's hope for the best. I couldn't bear writing another tragedy. And here's Kumo. Kumo, it's great to see you. I've solved it. Solved what? My parent problem. I've solved it. And how did you do that? It's simple. I'm here to ask you to write up and hand out a quest for me. A quest to find them and to kill them. Sorry, did you say kill them? Yes. Why do you want to kill your parents? Isn't it obvious? Can't say it is. Their death is what set me on the bleak path that is my life. It led me toward my destiny, my purpose, which would be stealing, revenge, edginess, darkness. Of course. Now that they're back, it's messing up my aesthetic purpose. Right. So I must take my destiny back into my own hands. Why not talk this through instead? Talking doesn't solve anything. You literally just solved a quest with talking. Might make you feel a little better. And less murderous? No. I must embrace who I am, and for that, they must die. So please, a quest. Have it done. Quickly. As you wish, I'll set it up for you. Thank you. I shall leave you to it. Before you go, how about a drink for the road? Maybe one that'll have you talking about something other than killing your parents. Yes. I shouldn't allow them a warning, so I must be deceitful about my feelings. See what I can do for you. That took a dark turn. Thousand Winds. This doesn't really feel like a sunny breeze moment. Maybe we could do a bit of a spoken heart. Maybe try to... It's not gonna really change his mind, is it? Change their mind. I mean, I can kind of understand where they're going on, because they were abandoned, and you know, it's like, okay, you abandoned me because I thought you were dead, so the only way to solve that is And we're gonna have to make you dead. Maybe this will help your heart a little. It feels nice. Really warm. Like a hug. Do you need a hug, Kumo? I need to go. Stay safe out there. Sure. And, Kumo? Yes? Have you talked to Fable? Yesterday, yes. They left to find Melly. I see. Good luck with your parents. I don't need luck. I need vengeance. Does he need help? Do you want to help them kill their parents? Pardon me? No, of course not. I meant psychological help. They don't look like they're doing too well, if I might say. He's always quite broody and mysterious, but their parents are alive really threw him off track. You wouldn't think that's a bad thing, really. And now they want to kill them just because it doesn't fit the backstory they came up with? This is the possibility for a happy ending to an otherwise dark story. Please don't tell me you're actually going to set up that quest to assassinate them. I am but a mere innkeeper to this tavern. I'm just following Kumo's wishes. I would have expected you to have a little more backbone or moral standards, so to speak. Especially after everything that's happened and the advice you gave me. What about the people Kumo's actions would leave behind? Grieving and mourning. Those were your words, right? I tried to stop him. But I don't think I can get through to talk to them with their parents right now. You heard them. And that's exactly why there's still hope. Wait, I don't think I understand. Kumo won't take on the quest himself. So there will be someone else that can talk to his parents. That sounds like a really questionable plan, if I may say so. It'll work out, I'm sure of it. Most likely, it won't be a very difficult quest, especially not if you know your way with words. As a noble like you would, for example. Oh. Well, I'm still certain this isn't a quest for me, even though I could probably do it. What if the situation actually escalates into violence? I don't know if I could handle that very well. No pressure, I just wanted to make an offer. Do you want a different quest then? Weren't you planning? Or weren't you listening? I don't think I want to be an adventurer anymore. Hearing Kumo just now has amplified my doubts. I never want to have to kill anyone. Being a murderer is not how I envision my life to be. Of course not. But I also don't know in what direction my life is headed from now on. My heart is still full of grief. This might only be a tale, but there's still a place of infinite knowledge. Oh? Are you by any chance talking about the subterranean caves on the plain of Ur? I've read so many stories about them. A hidden yet wondrous place. Though I really doubt a guy immortal like me could even walk there. But I've heard you can get through the Twilight Chasm. Or there through the Twilight Chasm. Innkeeper, do you think that's true? That there's a portal to Ur somewhere in the Twilight Chasm? Well, maybe. This world is full of wonders, after all. And since the Twilight Realm arose from Ur's dreams, I'd say it's completely unlikely. Or is it completely unlikely? Just thinking about the caves makes my heart beat faster and my fingertips itch. Maybe I should write a little story about them. Time to write down some keywords or I might lose my ideas. You know, I don't think you need Ur to lead you. Your heart already knows what it wants to do. Huh? Do you really think so? Yes, it's quite obvious, actually. How about you go write down those keywords now? This might become an upcoming bestseller. Oh, you really are a sweet talker, aren't you? Thank you for your advice. Goodbye, innkeeper. Until next time, Archie. Do I have... There's Care. Good evening, Carolyn. Evening. Has boredom already caught up with you again? It's always on my trail. Guessing this quest is still free? Not for much longer, it seems. Haven't had enough of the undead yet? I've had enough of losing to them. I want a rematch. There's no rematch for what happened. I know, but I won't let anyone else lose more people to them. I thought you'd be looking for Melly instead. Can't say I'm not worried about the little gal. But Fable is already on it. I trust him. And I trust Melly too, to come back, I mean. She promised me we'd see each other again soon. I'm learning to believe in other people's words. You should too. Yeah, words are empty, actions are loud. And you're more annoying than some hungry undead critter. And you're a pessimist. Good thing you'll soon be exchanging me for some fresh zombies. Ugh, I guess. I gotta go check up on my cousin. Those undead snails are sounding a lot more concerning right now. At least they're even slower than the regular undead. Very calming, thanks. Want to take Archie along again? He might be the calming presence you're seeking. Under no circumstances, no. What if you get bored? He has very good stories to tell. Shut up. How will we talk about what drink you want then? It's Scully. Well, dearie me, my dearest acquaintances. Innkeeper, Dame Carolyn, you both look radiant today. What are we radiating? I shan't say as it would be too rude. How polite of you. How are you doing, Scully? Just wonderful. Yesterday I had the most delightful tea party with Sir Alphonse and Lady Frostgrip. Alphonse and I were able to learn so much about the times we'd missed thanks to the young blacksmith prodigy. This world truly is exciting and beautiful. An exciting and beautiful one. And by tomorrow, the vampire will have forgotten all about it. But that merely means he'll get to remember again. How marvelous. The endless pursuit of learning is a wonderful in and of itself. Speaking of learning, if you'd allow me, I'd like to learn how you were doing on this fine day of ours, Dame Carolyn. And you do look a little spent, and I would hate to be intruding on your space. Just exhausted by all these people and their constant talking. You're good, though. Ain't your fault. Oh, I understand. The social aspects of life can be exhausting as they come from so many rules and obstacles one must traverse. But throughout this overwhelming obstacle course of mortal interactions, we can find many magnificent treasures. And all of them make these efforts worthwhile. Like quests? I was thinking about friends, but quests too. Are you heading out on one? Yeah. What's its cause? An unusual amount of undead creatures are haunting Fesoa lately. Especially near the Pale Woods. Carolyn is going to check on that. An undead gathering in the Pale Woods? But why so? Is there a convention, perhaps? No, it sounds more like a violent type of crowd. Unfortunate, it does seem this sentiment is common among my compatriots. Sense and sensibilities are often lost when you are ripped from the afterlife without your soul attached to your body. You don't have a soul? You've got a lot of personality for that to be true. That is very kind of you to say. but I'm afraid I'm a mere fragment of my former self. An opportunity to find a new self. Maybe you'll find maybe you'll find your way back to yourself one day. Go with an opportunity to find a new self then. No. Wouldn't that be nice? My soul should be securely locked behind Tuat's walls, but perhaps there are more memories of it stored in these old bones somewhere. I wonder what my favorite song used to be, my favorite food, or favorite book. The best way to find out is to keep seeking out new experiences to find what calls to that old absent heart of yours. Listening to all the songs of the world does sound like a joy I wouldn't want to miss out on. Thank you for the inspiration. Dame Carolyn, would you mind me tagging along on your quest? It sounds like a haven of fascinating research, and I've not been able to indulge in that pastime for a long while. Sure, come along. A skeleton should be a great help in wiping out a bunch of undead. Wiping out? By no means should that be our approach. We should study them, or better yet, strike up a civilized conversation. With enough charisma, I'm certain we can remind them of their mortal consciences. Don't be ridiculous, they'll rip us apart. We can simply ask the innkeeper for some additional defense in case they need some initial convincing. I could even offer you some frost armor to go along with it. A few frost pine cones here and there, and you'll have a little more of a buffer if your words don't take hold. Excellent idea. Or we could just fight them, smash their bones together until they stop moving. No offense, Scully. None taken, though I believe the cleverer approach would be to rely on speed. Unawakened undead are rather slow, so we should embrace this possible advantage. Dexterity, then, and defense. You were right on track with that one. May I suggest adding some of the Morgan-light lotus flower to this combination? Much like citron, it will bless your weapon strikes and lend you some of the power of the great dragons. The undead are incredibly vulnerable to holy attacks. Indeed we are. The power of the dragons is a difficult one to harness. I'm impressed by your capabilities, innkeeper. I think your delight should be aimed towards the magical ingredients. To dilute them in such a way is quite a skill in itself, as is choosing our approach to this. We should leave this up to her, correct? Yeah, you figure it out, Innkeep. Some additional defense is given, or should we focus on charisma and dexterity? And don't forget those wondrous infusions of yours. I would never. Okay. So let's find out what we need. So let me see. Let me go back into the quest. Yeah, that we have the vegan undead. Do I have enough rumors for? Yes, I do. I have enough for the. Like. Okay, I have enough for that one. I have enough for 2 rumors. Okay. There's Melly. Okay, let's see. Alright, so harness. Okay, no. So dexterity and defense. May I suggest adding the lotus flower, which adds the or the citron will bless you with your weapon strikes. And let the power of great dragons be powered. Yeah, so I think this is the one that I wanted to do. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, so I wanted to do the one that has the defense which would really be the swift. To do that, you're basically doing the swift strike. I wish there was a different recipe that had the swift strike. So that's the citrine. Yeah, so we want the... That's gonna give like the holy power on that. So one of these, and then we're gonna have 3. No, did we not? Oh, let's see. Okay, let me go back and look at this again. Okay. We could also do a charisma. Okay. This one's confusing me a little bit. Okay, we could simply ask the innkeeper for some additional defense in case they need some initial covering. You know, some frost armor to go with it. Okay, so maybe we should do the 1,000 Winds. And we could do it with the pine cone. So we can do a extra... Keep that. Andu's getting quite a bit of extra. And then we're gonna do... Top it up with... No. Why can I suddenly not get a drink to go right? That's that. Okay, so I definitely need to have 1. No, that's... Okay. I can do this. 1. 1. Oh, because it has... No, so I can't do it with the pine cone. Okay. No, I can't do it with the pine cone then. Because if I do it with the pine cone... Or I have to do a different drink. Yeah, if we do the 1,000 Winds... This one... Let's do with the Lotus Blossom. There we go. 1,000 Winds. That's not the right drink. Okay, well... Had that. It has... Oh, because it has to have the pine cone. Okay, but if I do that... mean, maybe the spoken heart? Okay, let's try this one. It needs to be with the pine cone. Try that. I like to think that not all the souls or bodies are fully lost. If you can save even one of them, it'll be worth it. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your faith in us, Innkeeper. I guess I'll give them a chance, but if they start gnawing on your bones, I won't hold back. I'm counting on it. Come on, let's make some new friends. Enjoy your travels, your conversations, and your battles. I kind of wanted a mix of those two, but whatever. I was trying to... yeah. Okay, allegedly the wizard tower is full of loot, magical junk, and banned scrolls. A hoard of any wizard could be proud of if he's still there. Let's have that one. There we go. So this one, mission magically possible. The Wizard of Morla has abandoned his tower on, well, Morla, a small island near Niverduff and Dalwell. As is custom for a wizard's tower, said to be full of alluring treasures, gold, magic items, forbidden knowledge, and spells, anything your looting heart desires. But be warned, the wizard is known to have loved puzzles, mischief, and contraptions, so don't forget to check for traps. Alright, and the last one, this one, okay. Okay, the Primordial Sea has flooded the Twilight Chasm and has ultimately reached face of it, making it wash up something interesting. Our rogue's parents were washed ashore by the Twilight Flood. Once believed dead, the liars were last seen in Borkham. The only solution to your parents faking their death is to hire hitmen. Clearly, fingers crossed this will pass through youth protection. The Parent Trap. Twilight Flood brought more to Fesoa than just the waters of the Primordial Sea. In particular, two long-lost air echoes who had faked their own death and abandoned their only child. Now their kid is out for revenge and longs to have them killed, as the fate of tragic backstories wills it. These renegade parents were last seen in Borkham near the Wadden Sea, so any bounty hunter should probably start there. Act 3, The Twilight Flood. Chapter 17, The Pursuit of Entropy. Oh, it's Jade. She's taking a quest. You know, your quests are getting weirder by the day. Well, the requests are getting weirder. I mean, no one's forcing you to take that one. Unless you have one on basilisk swarms waiting in the back, I think I'm good with this one. No basilisks, I'm afraid. Eager to kill some parental figures? You know it. Speaking of family, you haven't brought your sister by in a while. How is she? I don't know. We no longer speak. Oh, I didn't know that. You two were unbeatable when it came to bar fights. Yeah, I love her, but she's become a little too much like our parents, so I need to love her from afar. Or I wouldn't be loving myself very much. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that the relationship is deteriorated, but sometimes you gotta do what's best for your own mental health. Cutting her off must have hurt a lot. And cutting off family is not a decision that's usually made very lightly. Must still hurt a lot. I've come to terms with it. Came out stronger in the end. That's all I could do. Maybe, but the wounds stay, don't they? People wound you, that's what they do. They can also heal you. Ha, that's a false sense of security. Eventually, it all falls away. Not everyone is doomed to become your enemy, including yourself. And I think you're doomed to say the weirdest things possible whenever you get the chance. It's a blessing, not a curse. If you want to see it that way. This rogue guy got any siblings? None that we know of. Their parents kind of faked their deaths, abandoned him when he was very young. They haven't exactly been writing postcards. I guess no one would handle that very well. What do you think about the whole killing them measure? Adds up to me. It does? Yeah. Not like they ever faced any real consequences for being crappy. Always falls on the kids, doesn't it? And you think being murdered is the appropriate consequence? It's not about what I think. I'm just taking the job. Right. But I was thinking. Think less, or rather, think about what you're going to mix for me instead. So you're not even hesitating? I'm a bounty hunter, innkeeper. Of monsters, I assumed. Not all monsters look unlike us. I thought you don't do charity. I don't. I expect a hefty payment by the end of this. The thief must have some jewels stored away somewhere, right? I see. So, drinks. Drinks, of course. Murder. How would you like to approach it? With a lot of force, don't know how strong they are, but I need to be stronger. Maybe some defense in the mix would be good too, if their attack patterns turn out to be more complex than you thought. Seems like you do listen to me sometimes. Your stories of fighting mirages and three-headed antelopes are far too compelling to forget. I hope so. You still got any of those frozen pine cones laying around? The ones that you gave me for the mountain mimic? If those deadbeats pick up some primordial magic, I could use some elemental protection. Clever as always, Jade. Obviously. Plus, that frost armor is pretty cool. Luckily for you and your coolness factor. No. You and your health. I got a big shipment of them in last month. Cool. I'll take some of those then. They're not contending with another approach? No, unless... I guess there's another way. Is there? Listen, some things are unfixable. I'd saw both of my legs off before I'd ever talk to my folks again. But this wound is fresh. It could be possible to delay the inevitable. I could convince them to leave, scare them off, banish them somewhere where they can't hurt him. That way, he can find them later if he ever changes his mind. Maybe this rift isn't completely irreparable after all. It sounds like you're asking for some charisma. And some speed. Should hurry up before he does anything drastic himself. Yep, some dexterity might help too. You never know how they could react. Might have to dodge some blows. Ha, might have to. You got any of those inspiration garbage lying around? I'm not so good with words when it comes to situations like this, and I might have to inspire them to be a little less awful. I could offer you either thunder sage or honey flowers, whatever flavor you prefer. You choose. About it all. Charisma, dexterity, inspiration. It's a less violent route, but it's not what he asked for. So I won't complain about a strength and defense mix either, as long as you throw the frost armor in. I think my decision about this would be tinted in my own experience, so please, a little help? Always, Jade. Thank you for asking. And make sure to leave Onyx some leftovers. She's thirsty. I'm guessing that's the turtle. Okay. So we have a decision. Do we go this route, which would involve just outright killing the parents, which is what name are we going by now? I'm just checking my notes. Do I even see him? Yeah, Kumo. Okay. So he's basically saying he wants to have his parents killed, which we could do if we do this route. Or we could say, you know, hey, maybe you should convince them to leave. Convince them to leave. And then maybe it leaves the possibility of in the future they might be able to reconcile. Which I'm kind of leaning towards that. This one would provide, so 1,000 wins would provide 3 of the crown, the charisma, 1 of the defense, and then the AC would be extra. So let's draw this recipe. And then they recommend doing it with possibly either the honey flower or the thunder sage. So let's do that. That automatically gets us up to there. I'm inclined that, you know, because, you know, when Kumo, when he first joined, here we go. When he first joined with Melly, he was kind of like, yeah, I'm not her assistant, don't call me that. And he still doesn't tell it. But he's really, you could tell he's really hurt because Melly's still missing. There we go. Maybe the cause isn't as lost as we think it is. If they can't be reasoned with, I can always trick them and kill them that way, yes. But I guess I'll try talking first. Let's hope this is the right choice. Don't you trust me? You wish. Don't forget to fill me in on your success. If I have any charisma left in me, you'll be sure to hear all about it. Until then, don't tell him what I'm doing. I shall keep this secret between us. You do love those. Typical Fae, I guess. Don't take too many names while I'm gone. I wouldn't dream of it. Nah, man, you gotta be careful with ethereal bamboo. I mean, it's super cool and all, but if you cut it the wrong way, it's gonna charge up and whoosh, gone you are, sucked into the ethereal weave. Oh, well. You know, like those fishies that'll kill you if you cook them the wrong way? Fish? Yes. They look like balls with spikes. Don't know about the name, though. Yeah, you mean pufferfish? That. Whoa, wait. You're also here, lol. Yeah, I work here. Sure am. You're looking fired. Nice drip. Thank you, Nico. Nico, can we stay on topic, please? Topic? Right. So I heard any type of vibration can trigger a small rift. It's like disturbing a sleeping dragon. Wrong move and the world's faltering and whatnot. So you're saying if I used my bow the wrong way, I could open a rift and be lost in the ethereal wave. Bet. Would suck big time, but alas. Though, can't be entirely sure. I mean, what's the fun in knowing everything for sure? Don't be basic, embrace the chaos. As long as you don't play any wrong notes, you should be fine. Aha. Nothing easier than that, especially under pressure. Especially then, I'm sure. Then you have nothing to worry about, friend. Might even come in handy one day. The person who made your instrument must have had at least, like, one thought about making it like that. They did. Many thoughts, actually. Oh, we got oh, he just kind of did a little hand wave and got the quest. Good mythical morning, innkeeper. I know, theoretically it's early afternoon, but who cares? Good theopractical morning, Hex. Almost there. You forgot the mythical. Ah. Good mythical theopractical morning. Better. Okay, listen up. I found this little leaflet on your notice board, and I saw you're finally sending someone out to investigate that abandoned wizard tower. I just decided that someone is me. I've been wanting to see what's up there for a while now. Talk about good timing. Did you say wizard tower? What's the tea? Well, there's an abandoned wizard tower near Niverduff on the small island called Morlia. Ah, the one with the worms. I think you can find worms in any ecosystem. That's what they want you to think. Sure. Either way, no one has seen the Wizard of Morlia in quite some time. So they say. And I've been dying to know what he might be hiding in his tower. I bet a lot of explosives. I'm more hoping of scrolls of ancient magic and semi-cursed objects. Oh, and of course, books of forgotten knowledge. Rumor has it he left behind quite the hoard of peculiar trinkets. Surely, after all, as it states in the leaflet, traps, puzzles, must be something very valuable hidden in there. Maybe even the key to immortality. Or they were bored. Admittedly, I don't design puzzles when I'm bored, though. I blow things up. Somehow that doesn't surprise me. I love when things go boom. Same. You know what? What? I think you should take me and boy along. Listen, you say trinkets and I'm all in. I mean, the entropy we'd create if we traveled as a trio would be immaculate. We'd be able to tackle the wizard's puzzles and deathly traps with wits and violence. And music. You have my lockpicks and my hairgum. Maybe the ethereal weave could even help. Ethereal bamboo, huh? But an ethereal weave escape would only work with Chabine silk. Huh? The ghost spiders of Chabine use their silk to spin the weave. Good thing that these strings are made of Chabine silk then. Great, then we can use your hairgum as our Plan C escape plan. Should the wizard be home after all, or foster any monsters in his traps, your hairgum will be our way out. By dipping into the ethereal weave? Don't worry, it's like dreaming or teleporting. You'll just have to find your way back out. We'll manage that. I'm a master teleporter. And I'm sure our innkeeper friend here has the right drink for you. Perhaps something to give you some brain cells and quick reflexes, so I'm hasty and can easily evade traps. Good thing I don't need help with that either. But should we be able to fight back fiercely in case something is lurking in the tower? Lots of traps probably mean lots of fire, so fire resistance would be helpful too. Fighting sounds good. I'd love to kill something, but I hate making decisions. I think the innkeeper should decide what to make. Okay, so something strong to barge in and fight our way through, paired with fire resistance to survive lethal traps, or something for our brains that gives us focus infused with haste. I'll see what I can do, but don't hold me responsible for whatever ends up happening. We would never, ever. Okay, so brains or brawn. Let's go and look really quickly at the quest. As a band of wizards, as well as a small island, blah, blah, blah. It is said to be alluring treasures, forbidden knowledge, and spells of anything you're leading for your heart. But be warned, the wizard is known to have loved puzzles, mischief, and contraptions. So don't forget to check for traps. With that, I really think we need more on the intelligence side, because, you know, being able to do intelligence and like avoid traps, I think that's going to be your best bet. So we could do another one with 1,000 wins. Let's see if we can do it with 1,000 wins, but we do need it with the speed icon here. So which one does that? That's this one. So we've already got, let's see if this is gonna be the right drink for that. That's 2, and we'd have to have, I don't think we're gonna be able to do that. 1, 2, 3, because that's as far as we can go, and we still need one more. So let's go back to the drawing board. Remove the, there. Let's go back and look at what we can do, knowing that this, hold on, this is going to be -1 and +1 there. Okay, so we've already got that taken care of. We've already got the dexterity taken care of. It's just the brains. The other one that I know that's brains is this sparkling. Hold up. Was that? No, I was doing the crown anyway. I feel smart. Let's do, we haven't done the sparkling nebula in a while, but we do need the thing. Okay. Yeah, we'll do the peak sunrise then. Yeah, I feel very smart now. Maybe I should drink this. So that's 1, 2, 3. We need 1 of that, and then we just need an extra. No, that still doesn't work. Because we need that infusion. So what else gives? Okay, what else gives us? You do the silent owl. So let's try this again. And then we need an extra one of that. There we go. Now we've got the silent owl. And that matches 3 brains, 1 wing, and that infusion. So yeah, we've got that. Here you go, brains and quick reflexes. Thanks, I'm sure this will be of use for solving puzzles and evading traps. I'll be sad if not one single thing explodes. Explosions could damage all of the loot, but maybe afterwards we could light a little fire. You know what we should do? What? We should take Jade along. She'd defo be interested in the treasures too. An additional blade couldn't hurt. Any idea where we could find her innkeep? I'm afraid she's already on a quest, so probably nowhere nearby. That's fine. We'll poach her. Good luck. Thank you. We shall return with a story worth telling. I can't wait. Bye, loser. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chapter 18, A Well-Deserved Break. Una and Archie. Hello, Innkeep. Look what I found. Looks like a rare specimen of Archie to me. I'm one of a kind. Oh, you two know each other already? Of course you do. You know pretty much everyone in this city, huh? Of course I know him. He's quite the celebrity in town. Oh, I suppose I am. He's Zenith's most famous author. He even survived an assault by hordes of the vicious undead. Author? I guess I really am an author, yes. Bummer. And here I thought I could surprise you. How did you two meet? I think he spotted me on the street, must have thought I had a lot of stories to tell, so he asked me if he could write my biography. What a unique way to call someone old. But she does have a lot of stories to tell. Archie, how many manuscript topics do you want to collect before you actually finish something? Well, you see, it's always important to collect ideas. Life itself is the best source of inspiration for any artist. Look at him. He's so eager to write. I just couldn't refuse that look in his big sparkling eyes. Writing down ideas is so much fun. Not only for the detective's magical story, but also holding on to Theo's memories through writing is really helping me with his death. I can make sure the world doesn't forget about him. I'm glad you're doing a bit better now. Una, how come you want your biography to be written now? I don't really have a reason. I'm old, and I've seen a lot of stuff. It would be sad if all that knowledge went to waste, right? It's not like you'll disappear any second now, is it? Of course not. I get it. A lot of terrible things have been happening lately. Don't be silly. We'll be fine. It's always nice to see most of your friends return during times like these. Most of them? Stuff like this happens every few decades. It's completely normal. If you say so. Are you going to pay Archie accordingly, though? That's what I'm here for. I'm going to pay him in drinks. I'm going to pay him in exposure. And I could also use a little refreshing drink myself. Aye, gotcha. Anything specific you'd like today, Archie? Just the same as always. A drink to stay focused on my writing, to defend my brain against all those distracting thoughts. Coming right up. So click on that. We want something with, yeah, he gets the steel tonic, I believe is the one that he enjoys. Just out of curiosity. This one would also be good. Let's see, what else? Ooh. Now let's do... Yeah, let's give him a citrine so that he can The dodecahedron will allow him to very clearly write to his heart's content. I did not mean to do that. And I think, nope, nope, I might be able to, can I do this with, nope. Okay. And I accidentally overpoured. There you go. Steel tonic. And here's your drink. Here you go, a drink to boost your concentration. Thank you very much, dear innkeeper. This is delicious. I can feel an irresistible itch in my fingertips already. I'm always happy to oblige. So, Una, what's it for you today? Maybe something that'll give me enough strength and energy to tell this whippersnapper every little detail of my life. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, give me a quick second and I'll be back with your drink. And what do you want? You want something with strength. So we do the sailor's courage for you. And that gets... not that one. This one might work. So it already, yeah, let's try it with the shark tooth here. And one, actually we'd have to do 2 crowns, and then we need a shield. Sailor's courage. With, I believe that's a saber. Some liquid stamina for the golden girl. Let's see if your skills are to be trusted, Innkeep. Oh. Archie, I hope you're ready for at least 600 pages. That's a lot. But you already agreed, so you don't have a choice. And now, my dear Archibald, we'll begin with the writing. Thank you for your hospitality, Innkeep. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Innkeeper. I'll remember to keep a copy of the book for you. Signed, please. Of course. Very well. Goodbye, you two. Aren't we supposed to proofread someone's manuscript? Speaking of which, finally, my service beast and I have returned. Welcome back, Minthy. Good to see you, Innkeeper. And surprisingly, your tavern's dry interior. I thought you might be appreciating the dampness of almost everything nowadays. Maybe while underwater, but wheels and mud do not mix. On land, I appreciate structurally sound and smooth wood flooring much more than its soggy alternatives. That bad? You would too, just step a few minutes past your tavern. Then you might get an idea of the things jammed in my spokes and smushed between caskets and Cain's toes. I'll pass, and besides, stories from my patrons are much more enjoyable. Speaking of which, how did the pearl hunt go? Honestly, it wasn't all too eventful, but before I go on, I could do with one of your drinks, Innkeeper. Something to keep my mind clear of any irrelevant distractions for the journey back. Let me see what I can do. So something with brain. Let's do a peak sunrise. Can we do, no, not. Yeah, we'll do with sprig of that. We'll top off that, 1 of the crown and 2 of the wings. Peak sunrise. May this inspire boundless creativity. Just what I needed. If only I had a boundless supply of this drink while writing at my desk. Unfortunately, my establishment doesn't do deliveries. What a shame. But before you go on, I actually have something else for you. Ah, and here I thought I'd have to needle for you for it again. What a pleasant surprise. My favorite kind. Here, a complete proofread manuscript, I hope. I certainly hope it's completed. Since my retrieval and your proofreading have been such a long time in the making, yes? Right. Long in the making. You should probably wash that red ink off your hands before it stains your mugs. Oh, right. I was editing my recipes all night. Crazy stories, actually. For another time, that is. I actually prefer to proofread in purple. I see. I will say, it's good to have these papers back in my hands. May I inquire as to why you asked for them back now? I've decided to finally publish the book. What I have written about is very dear to my heart. And I'm happy to finally get to share my writing with the world. Minthy, the author, it has a nice ring to it. It'll be Mackenzie Catron Pichon, actually. A very nice pen name. It was time I finally chose one, and something universal at that. Procrastination is a curse all of its own. Sure is. So, about the pearl. Or pearls? Protection pearls. Like I said, it wasn't too eventful. I had tea with the Banshee of the Lonesome Lagoon, and she traded me the pearls for objects of her desire. Mostly, I promised her a signed copy of the book. Good for her. You know, I've been meaning to ask, if I may, what do you need the pearls for exactly? I know you're often looking for them, but I was never quite sure why. Well, I'm sure you remember the curse I was bestowed with. Yes, the cursed parasitic rings that amplify your magic to a painful degree. Exactly those. They cause quite a lot of issues for me and my body. Sometimes it feels like the magic is eating away at me, slowly feasting on my organs and nerves. It's tearing me apart from the inside out as it gradually takes my health and life. The protection pearls help me keep the mana in check. They bring it down to manageable levels. It helps the pain a lot. So you're saying you turn the pearls into a drink? Wonderful to see that's still your first solution to everything. Yes, on the occasion. Mostly I grind them into ink for my tattoos. They're very versatile little beauties. I'm happy you could find some then. Now that I think about it, care to share? I'm sure they'd be great for my drinks. Not so fast. For most people, they just amplify mana to ridiculous and dangerous degrees. And I don't want to be held responsible for the chaos your patrons could cause. However, maybe I could offer you something less extreme, but still energizing. Here. Is this your infamous coffee recipe? After all these years, you can finally trust me with it? It's time. I think you can finally make it without poisoning someone. Ouch. I'll do my best. Thank you, Minthy. Perhaps it will also keep your promises in time? Anyhow, I think we're due to take our leave. Need to make some ink? Something like that. Plus, I promised Casket and Kane we'd check if any primordial tennis balls got washed up by the flood. Baya might be able to make you some moss balls. I think I might have seen some in the bushes. We'll include Baya. What a perfect excuse to catch up with her. Is she around? More frequently recently. It's nice. A miracle she still comes around after you exercised her favorite bog body. We were young and inexperienced. It happens. That it does. It was lovely to see you again, innkeeper. Likewise, best of luck on your journey, and don't forget to send me a copy of that book. If you promise not to forget about its existence this time, I'll do my very best. I know you will, friend. I know you will. That was a very short day. Act 3, The Twilight Flood. Chapter 19, Remnants. Oh, it's Kumo and Jade. Jade, welcome back. Was your quest successful? When have I ever failed? Well, you do look surprisingly unbloodied. Also, hello, Kumo. Kumo? Who's Kumo? That guy. New name, I'm guessing? No, no names here. Never had a name. Don't even know what names are. Am I just supposed to go along with that? You're supposed to make me a drink. Then we can talk. Fair enough. What can I get you? I've still got plans after this, but Onyx is pretty tired. So give me something that will get her to keep up with my speed if I let her have a sip. Anything for Onyx? Something with a lot of speed. And I think still the only drink we have that has that much speed is the Swift Strike. So we have typical standard drink. I wonder how Fable's doing. She left really mad. She did when we last saw her. A drink for Onyx and you, but mostly Onyx. Not too bad. Concerning to see you know me so well. Being a regular does have its perks. So, names. Let's start with the story first. You love those, right? You know it. I'll spare you the details of my journey to Borkham, though I didn't miss the chance to make some extra money along the way. Everyone thought I was the right woman for their jobs. They helped me with the quest, too. Squeezed a good description of the renegade parents out of some Red Dune merchant who was in a deep dispute with a blue-crowned elephant. I'd love to hear that story, actually. Not my problem. Asking a couple of pointed questions got me to the inn where the deadbeats were staying at. Problem with people is, can't exactly kill them in broad daylight. With monsters, you'd be thanked for doing so. But with people, you've got to be patient. So I did what anyone would have done in my situation. I posed as a tour guide. And they believed you? Sure did. And Nico was right. Your drinks are great for pulling scams. Happy to hear that. I offered them a tour of the nearby Wadden Sea and led them to the area I knew was shunned by actual tour guides because of the unpredictable tides. Gave them a spiel about the Battle of the Order of Starlight that took place there, yada yada yada. Pretty soon, their eyes were glued to some starfish playing in the mud. It was the perfect opportunity to get it over with quickly. Obviously, I wasn't going to kill them just then. They needed a chance to run, but I had to scare them first. I raised my spear right up above my head and was about to go for a warning strike when I heard this zinging sound. I deflected the knife that was flung my way at the last second, and it shattered against the ground. All three of us turned and saw this cloaked echo reaching for another knife. He had his hood pulled up, knives and daggers strapped all over his body. Even the air seemed to grow darker around him. Looked like a real Shadowbane. I trained under them. Impressive. Those deadbeats thought I was protecting them from him. Should have seen the look on their faces when I said I was there to kill them. I turned back, wanting to refocus on my warning strike, when I was interrupted by a simple stop. It was said in this deep, raspy, incredibly fake voice that sounded like some sort of proper degenerate. Likely the two bums thought we were fighting about who'd get to kill them. Their approach to such a situation was to immediately try and bribe us. I told them to shut it. They asked me what I wanted then, if it wasn't money or words. So I turned to our little Shadowbane and asked what he wanted. But he just stood there quietly. Can't blame him. There's a little scarier than your parents. So you helped him with the decision? Not exactly. I walked over to him and handed him my spear. She said, "This is your choice. Make it." It felt like she was passing some of her courage onto me. He stepped forward, my spear in his hand, and took off his hood. I'll spare you the details. They recognized him, of course. Expletive had the audacity to act surprised. Surprised is one way to put it. When they talked, they sounded so like they had thought I had died. You could have. They left you. I wanted to say something. Anything. Yell. Tell them to get lost. Scream at them for what they'd done to me. But all that came out was, "Why did you leave me?" Their silence went on for so long. Would have been longer if those tides hadn't come rushing in. You did kind of walk into that one. Kind of. Luckily, I was quick. Got all of us up on some muddy rock that the waves couldn't reach. How long were you up there for? A couple of hours. Left us a lot of time to talk. Did you? Yes, a lot. For example, did you know the primordial flood was caused by the pyre erupting? The pyre? You mean the biggest volcano in all of Esteria, nestled right in Leviathan's domain? Yeah, apparently it erupted and then collapsed, covered all the primordial sea in ash and set off a tsunami. It should not be doing that. No. Do you think that powerful magic was afoot? Probably not. What use is a giant tsunami to anyone? Maybe they wanted it to be wet? Probably not. Are tsunamis and their causes all you and your parents talked about? No. Mostly we talked about the leaving thing. They said not a day went by where they didn't regret what they'd done. I asked why they didn't come back then. They didn't have an answer for that. Mom said she was proud of my knife throwing skills, though. I never thought they'd apologize. They owned up to all of it, as awful as it was. I hadn't planned for that. They wanted to make up for everything and be a part of my life. They said it was up to me and what I wanted. What did you want? A family. Is that stupid? No, it's not. So you forgave them? No, not yet. I have to see if they actually mean what they said first. I can't trust them right now. We don't really know each other anymore. Who knows if we'll get along. But they did say they want to get to know me, and I think I might like that too. They're just so different. It feels like I'm angry at people that don't exist anymore. You should be careful. You're still allowed to be angry. I think you could still be angry at the past, but sometimes you've got to let go of that anger. And it's not for the person that wronged you, it's to let go of the anger so that you can heal yourself. Even if they change, they hurt you. Neither forgiveness nor forgetting is required. It just feels unfair, like I'm harboring resentment for ghosts. But I'll try to be honest with them. I owe that to myself. Plus, Jade threatened to decapitate them if they ever hurt me again. They'd stand no chance. None. Could I have a drink now, too? Sure. Let's trade. Right. A secret? No, a name. I assume Jade didn't know you as Kumo because your parents didn't call you that. Correct. What did they call you then? I'm not. I'll trade you my name. Just give the guy a drink. Your first name? Those are quite precious to Mahada, right? Very. See, it is a secret to trade for. I'm listening. Ulyssa. It's a beautiful name. I don't respond to flattery. It wasn't meant to be flattering, but thank you. It's definitely better than mine. Yours fits you? It does not. If you say so. So, not Ulyssia, what would you like in exchange? Maybe something that'll stop me from choking on my words. In case I have to do more of this emotional thing. I've definitely got something for that. And for him, I like to... Okay, yeah. I like doing this 1,000 wins part because he's, I believe, an air echo. Alright, so we can do... Yeah. This one. Have 1, 2... Defense, or the agility's already done. And then 2 of that one. There we go. 1,000 wins. There you go. Here you are. Some fluid emotional vulnerability. It tastes a lot better than it sounds. Feels a lot better, too. Maybe. I still need to call you something else, though. If Kumo is out, it is. What have you got for me, then? I'm running out of names. Jade, can I... Nope. My name. Fine. How about... Dave? You know what? Sure. I'll go with that. I'm proud of you, Dave. For everything you've gone through and for choosing what's right for you. Thank you. Do you need a hug? May have already gotten one from Jade. Speaking of me, I've got to go. Want to check in with Grace and her goons. See you around, Airboy. See you around, Ulyssia. What about you? Care to linger a little longer? I need some time to think all this over. Maybe even feel it, too. Is Fable back yet? I think Cheesecake would make for a great distraction right about now. No, I thought maybe you ran into them on the way back. I didn't. So Melly isn't back yet either? No, I'm afraid not. Cool, great. I guess I'll talk to Carolyn? Your parents? Maybe. Do you think they still love me? I don't know. I hope they do. I hope they'll love you well, but I don't know. I do know that other people love you, and that if your parents fail to live up to what you deserve, you won't be loved any less. I'd like to believe that. Sometimes I just think, if even my own parents could leave me, anyone can. Don't measure your worth by the actions of the people that hurt you. Nothing good can come of that. I'm very thankful to have met you. Anyway, I'm also part of the night, or whatever, so I must go. Farewell. See you soon. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chapter 20, Chaos Protocol. Melly! Innkeeper, surprise! Nice to see that you're back. Is Fable with you? No, should they be? They were looking for you. They aren't a very good detective, then. I'm happy to see you're well, Melly. Everyone was very worried about you. Why? I'm great at taking care of myself. You are, but where have you been all this time? Investigating things, obviously, like the flood. My investigation led me to Morla. Or more like, they did. Nico, Voy, and Hex, I mean. I followed them to Morla. They were talking about mysteries and puzzles, and I'm trying to solve a mystery, so I couldn't let the opportunity pass me by. You're lucky. People usually pay a lot of money to spend time with me. Why? Because I'm, like, famous? But I didn't go there because of you. I was following clues. Okay. I stayed outside. My case isn't about a wizard. Not this time. Where's Hex anyway? You know, doing wizard things. Like studying? Yeah, it's giving depression, TBH. He immediately wanted to check out the spells we found. Though he seemed pretty disheartened. How come? Not sure. I guess he didn't find what he was looking for. Maybe because the world's greatest treasure was already traveling with him. What would that be? Me? Never mind. He told us to keep an eye out for any time magic razzle-dazzle. But we found nothing. At least you managed to get inside and return safely. Yeah. The way there was easy peasy. We got there thanks to Nico pulling off a shape-shifting trick and pretending to be a merchant. Stole some guy's coat and face and used his reputation to secure us a boat ride to Morla. Said I wanted to meet with a real estate agent from the Majocracy to buy the island. I told them to pick us up in a week or so. By then, we'd be far gone. What happened once you reached the island? I'm quite intrigued. Before we tell you anything, I'd like a drink. Something that goes down like honey and will make my poetry flow like a wind river. Nothing easier than that. Something with crown will do. Yeah, we'll do a sunny breeze. Something about honey. So yeah, we will have a little bit of a honey flower, or I think that's a honey flower. Oh, nope, we don't need that. We need 2. That one, and then 2. Did I not? Oh, no. I grabbed the wrong one. This one. There we are. Sunny breeze. Some honey for those vocal cords. Enjoy. That's what I'm talking about. Amazing. Can we move on to the story now? You got somewhere to be? Nah, but I'm getting bored. We got to Morla, an island so small it's basically the tower's wild backyard. As I walked between the crystalline roses, I expected to see secret passageways hiding behind every corner. I almost brought you back a rose. Well, why didn't you? I thought you wouldn't like it. I would have. Oh, okay. That's, moving on. The tower itself reached so high, I thought it might be reaching out to kiss the moon itself. It was really tilted. It was about a 5-degree angle. I measured it with my paws. The bricks were still wet. I'm sure that tsunami shook its foundation. Would think the waves would have done us a favor and knocked down the door, but nope. That locked door was the first challenge. And Nico's lockpicks broke. Seemed like a skill issue. Broke? Skill issue? Bro. The door ate my lockpicks. Ah, a door mimic. A classic first step in securing your establishment. You talk like you've seen one before. Have you ever tried to open my door when the end's closed? No. If you do, don't use any lockpicks and take care of your fingertips. So, how did you get inside? By charming it. Hex forgot his spell book and couldn't get the arcane lock-unlock spell to work. And obviously, it wouldn't let us in just like that. So I decided to play the mimic a tune. Yeah, that was amazing, bro. Your fancy tunes are the GOAT. I was nervous, but I'd never played in front of a mimic before, so I wasn't sure what their taste in music was. I decided to play something emotional, something that would melt its metaphorical heart. A song of woe. Who would have thought that it'd literally melt? Yeah. I began playing the first tune, and the lock started weeping before I reached the chorus. Tears were streaming down its face. And as if they were very hot or made of acid, the door melted away. Afterwards, the lock lay in a puddle of wood, sobbing, and thanked me for my performance. Not a very sturdy lock. It just sounds very in touch with its emotions. We stepped over the door's remains and into the tower. It was so much taller and bigger on the inside. Like a pocket dimension. So freaking cool. Except the tower can't really fit in your pocket. Bet. Hex walked ahead. Guy was really distracted. He didn't even listen to my poem about the symbiotic relationship between axe and door. For a long time, we didn't encounter anything, just a long hallway. No doors, just a bunch of strange paintings. Of course, most hallways can't go on forever, so eventually we reached a staircase. After what felt like 5.5 minutes. Eternity. Meanwhile, I was outside investigating the flora and fauna. Everything was very peculiar, like it was all from another world. The colors were different, very blue and almost spectral. And there were a lot of spider webs or yarn, not sure which. Suddenly, the ground shook and almost knocked me off my feet. Who could have guessed there were pressure plates on those stairs? I wasn't paying attention and I was too careless. One wrong step and a pressure plate triggered an explosion and, plonk, the whole staircase began crumbling down into a pit of nothingness. Bit by bit, starting from the bottom. I rushed upwards to safety away from the weird wizard abyss. I stumbled, and if it hadn't been for Hex, I'd be mush. He grabbed my hand and pulled me up, but he isn't really the strongest, so we almost tumbled down together instead. I figured I couldn't just leave them to fall to their pathetic destiny, so I zoomed down to grab Hex by his collar and pulled both him and Voyboy back up. Thank you for saving us, Nico. No problem, Voyboy. Don't get used to it. Didn't you expect a trap like that after a great wizard would want to protect their treasure? I guess we were a little distracted by all the gold hanging from the walls. The staircase ended in a wondrous library that spiraled endlessly higher around the tower's inside walls. We lost Hex at the bottom in the first row of books. A lot of them were drenched, didn't seem like the tower was waterproof. There was still primordial water dripping from somewhere above. We could make out the ceiling, tried to reach it though. Or we couldn't make out the ceiling, tried to reach it though. The second story of the spiral staircase library had 3 paths leading away. Each path ended in a door, and all 3 doors were closed and marked with runes or paintings or rusty old locks. I got sucked into looking at the library's beautiful murals. Each of them depicted a different story. One of them was a mosaic in mirrors. That one was my favorite. Watching Hex look at books was like reading a thriller. Almost every second was rigged with a trap. Almost every second book was rigged with a trap, but he figured out the pattern quickly. Something, Fibonacci, I don't know. IDK. Once I was able to pry myself away from the murals, I started looking for spell things. I knew Hex was most interested in those, and you know, you help where you can. I didn't. I mostly looked at the small treasure lying around. The wizard had this really cool staff with a chonker of a gemstone embedded at the top. Imagine the damage I could do with that. But I also found something else that was really cool. Here, take a look. It's dope, right? What is this? A weather jar, duh. It shows what the weather is like in another realm. I see. Let me guess, Avalon? I knew you'd get it. I found some spell scrolls. One of them had golden runes on it, Hex like that one, but he didn't love it, you know? Then nestled between a few red velvet armchairs, I found a glass case. It had a golden frame and a scroll placed inside, neatly in the middle. The scroll was floating and all that. I knew Hex was looking for more spells, so I called for him. As soon as I mentioned an oddly floating scroll, he came sprinting upwards, staring at the glass case. He already had another scroll tucked into his coat. Honestly, I was expecting him to be carrying half the library at that point, but I guess that would have been too heavy for him. Of course, the stupid glass case was also a puzzle. Had no lock, no lid, no nothing, just glass in a gold frame. The scroll itself was glowing a promising blue. I suggested breaking the glass. Hex gave me his finest death glare. So he investigated the puzzle himself. While they were doing the boring side quest, I made sure to stuff my pockets. Found a jeweled silver paperweight shaped like a bird that'll make for a great blunt weapon. Hex was too scared we'd destroy the scroll by triggering another contraption, so he suggested we look around in the adjacent rooms. The riddle doors. Hex only had to look at them for a mere second before figuring them out. Apparently, all of those murals and runes were referencing a story hidden somewhere in the library. So he made us search for it. It was tricky. We didn't want to trigger the book traps after all. It was like the library knew what would tempt us the most. I kept seeing books about forgotten songs, rare instruments, and romantic poetry. And I saw books about burglary and fraud. Even had to tackle you to the ground one time so you wouldn't blow us all up. Who can resist a good scheme? It was kind of exciting seeing Hex hop up and down the stairs looking for the right books. First password was password. The second password was passwords past the password. And the third one was passwords past the password's password. You wish, but no. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy to crack. Good for you. Stupidest combinations. The kind of idiot would have on his matched luggage. The first room was an alchemy lab full of apparatuses that I'd never seen before. Most of the liquids had gone dry, but Hex insisted on taking whatever was left along with us anyways. Wouldn't let me taste any, though. The nerd was more interested in the study hidden behind the second door. He was really determined to crack all of that old wizard's mysteries. We helped when we could, but listen, I only have like 3 brain cells. The soundscape of the tower was kind of depressing. Silence broken only by the dripping of water and the creaking of old wood. So I sweetened it with a song. It was very easy to get into the flow with that bomb music, Voyo. Thank you. Hex didn't find a key to the glass case, but he at least found a blueprint showing how it was built. Maybe he can find out how to open it using that. That'd be nice. He was pretty beaten up about everything, though. Yeah, couldn't find out what he was looking for. Not even in the third room? No. That one was a gym. Didn't know wizards worked out. Maybe it was just a distraction from the hidden vault. A hidden vault? Anything good in there? Oh yeah, more than our arms could carry. A bunch of artifacts, most of them probably cursed, which makes them even cooler. But Innkeep, you know what the funniest part yet? Enlighten me. The whole time the wizard had a spare key to the tower under the doormat. The oldest habit of all time, and we didn't even think about checking for it. I did, but I wanted them to find it for themselves. When they left the tower, I was at the beach with Jade. She had arrived a while ago to pick us up, and I was teaching Onyx new tricks. She helped us heave all the loot onto her boat. We couldn't take everything with us, so we decided to head back there again another day. There's one thing that doesn't make sense in this equation, though. That would be... Iniko, Voy, and Hex traveled alone. Well, except for me, they're stowaway. Yet, I found a fresh set of footprints by the coast before Jade ever arrived. Like there was a fifth person on the island. Maybe someone that was there just shortly before us. We didn't even notice, like we didn't notice Melina. I'm sorry for staying hidden for so long. Don't apologize. I think it just proved your skills as a detective. We've got a lot to learn from you. What a story. I can't wait to share it with Archie. I'll be on my way now. Gotta check up on Hex and make sure he didn't accidentally take a book mimic home. You coming with, Nico? Sure thing. So long, Innkeep. Goodbye, Innkeeper. Don't miss me too much. I'll try not to. Now it's just you and me, Innkeeper. Indeed. I'm glad you're back. You're making it sound like I was lost or kidnapped. I was just investigating. Without telling anyone. I don't need to tell anyone where I'm going. People care about you, Melly. They get worried if they don't know where you are. Oh. I'm not used to that. But I care about people too, like you. That's good to hear. It's Dave. Melly. Hi, Aura. Hi, Dave. Oh, that name is so outdated. You're back. I am. Did you miss me? Did I was just very worried. What? You called me Melly. What about it? You've never done that before. I'm sure I have. You even said you'd never call me Melly. I'm just glad you're back. Welcome back to my tavern, Dave. That's a cute one. Yeah, I got it on my latest quest. Dave, you made a good choice. I also went on a quest. Well, at first I wanted to find the moon swamps. You know, the mysterious magical swamp that is said to be magically hidden and only appears in foggy but starry nights. I'd heard they're somewhere in the moon swamp near the portal to the Twilight Chasm. And did you find anything? No, I did find some weird way markers made of bones that seemed to lead somewhere. They had "Do Not Touch" written on them, and the paint seemed fresh, so it looked like the perfect clue. But then suddenly there were just gallons of water everywhere. Luckily, I got away quick, and since I was already there, as Fazio's best detective, it was my duty to discover the flood's origins. Well, at first I was more of a stowaway than a detective, but I also couldn't figure out what... Storms don't storm off like that ever again, you understand? I was so worried and no one knew anything about your whereabouts. Now. Yeah, Melly, we were just concerned. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. It's just, I haven't cared about anyone in so long. And with you and Fable both suddenly gone, I didn't know what to do. I thought you didn't care. After you went away, even though I asked you to be more careful, I thought maybe you didn't want to be my trusty assistant after all. So I went to investigate alone. I'm sorry for leaving. It's alright. I'm used to people leaving and not coming back. I do care, Melly. I'm just kind of new to this whole honesty thing. I'm kind of new to the whole empathy thing. Yeah, I figured. If you'd like, I could fix you a drink to help you find your words again. Don't know if I'm up for trading another secret in exchange. It's on me today. You've got enough to worry about. So let me see what I can do for you. Do we want... yeah. Some charisma will do... 1,000 wins. What's another one that has that? Yeah, well, you know what? We'll do the sunny breeze. And we'll do... touch of intelligence. I don't think I can do this one then. Oh, no, yeah, I can. Yep, sunny breeze. To kind of give him that little warm vibe. Enjoy your magical liquid eloquence. It doesn't taste half bad. This might actually help. So, your quest. Jade said you were stranded on Morlia. Yep, I followed 3 very suspicious-looking fellows and somehow ended up on that island. Why do I always run into wizards and magic when I'm out on adventures? And traps, magical traps everywhere. Sounds very dangerous. A detective always seeking thrills. Or detectives always seeking thrills. I'll make sure to be careful, I promise. It's not about that. I know you know how to take care of yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have solved the T-Rex case. Heh. But don't keep putting your own life at risk in exchange for a quick adventure. Luckily, nothing major happened this time. This all could have ended very differently. I know. All I'm saying is, don't disappear again, please. You're not alone anymore. You don't have to do everything all by yourself. Like you're one to talk? I'd say to be fair, Dave's got a point. I kind of see where they're both coming. I don't want to make... even though they're guilty themselves. Both of you are. But you two have also made a lot of progress already. And I'm glad both of you made it back safely. Heard anything from Fable yet? No, not yet. What about Carolyn? She came back after the flood. Currently, she's investigating some undead sightings in the Pale Woods. Do you know when she'll be back? No, but the two of you can wait here for her if you want. Yes, please. I want to stay until Carolyn gets back. Alright, I'll keep you company. How about I spice up your wait with another drink? I'll pass. Oh, but I'd like one, please. Of course. Do you want anything specific? That whole adventure was pretty exhausting. Maybe something to combat my mental tiredness? Nothing easier than that. See, I think the coffee should also have the super intelligence. Let's do... okay, there's the Silent Owl. There is Peaks Sunrise. She wanted something... combat my mental tiredness. Here, we'll do the Silent Owl. And can we do that one or no? Definitely not that one. Like trying to do them with that one. Okay, let's. That would end up being 4. Yeah, no, can't do it with that one. We can try with this. Touch of Dex. Another touch of intelligence. And then we'll top it off with some strength. Silent L. There you go. Let's see if this will wake you up again. Oh, thank you. This is delicious. I can feel my synapses connecting. You know, now that I've had some time to think about it, I think I figured out why Hex was so bummed about the loot. Care to share your insight with us? But of course. He has a younger sister, right? Which has always struck me as odd. She looks so much older than him. So what if she just ages faster than he does? And he expected to find some very special loot in that wizard tower, but he didn't find it. So what if he was looking for something to extend her life, like a scroll of immortality? What a foolish idea. Hey. Not you, Hex. Even if it's tempting, those are powers that no one should interfere with. I agree. What if she turns into a zombie? I've had enough of them. Definitely. We should tell him when we see him again. Or maybe we should tell Carolyn when she returns. She seems to be experienced in dealing with the undead. You think it'll be a long time before she gets back? I don't know. Could be very soon, or it could also take a few more days. You'd have a long day, aren't you tired, Melly? No. I'm not tired. At all. I'll wait a little bit longer. Maybe she'll show up and Fable with her. Sounds good. Did she fall asleep? Yeah. Maybe I should bring her home and wrap this up for tonight. That's a good idea. You should get some rest as well. I'll let you know if I hear anything about Carolyn or Fable. Alright. There's not much for me to do otherwise. Except care for Melly. She needs you. Yeah, I think you might be right. Good night, Dave. You know. Forget about it. See ya. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chapter 21, Disaster, Tea, and Revelations. Oh good, y'all are back. Welcome. We don't have time for this, innkeeper. Disaster is afoot. What a wonderful way to start the morning, Tia. I really missed you. We missed you too. Thank you, Clay. Can I offer you a drink in exchange for a little insight into your disasters? Yes. Something that feels strong and magic-y, right? You remembered. Yes, that one, please. Coming right up. So let's do... Yep, we're going to do, for you, you get the Southern Brawler. A touch of... There we go. Southern Brawler. Thank you, Andu. Something tasty and strong, but hopefully not disastrous. Very tasty, very strong. You've got the best drinks around. Happy to hear that, Clay. Tia, you're bursting at the seams. How were the archives? Horrifying. They were challenging, certainly. The bleak stalkers were... bleak? You're truly a master of words. The entrance Jade told us about was teeming with countless of those nightmare creatures, but we fought our way through with the strength you lent us and snuck inside the half-collapsed tunnels, only to find even more bleak stalkers had infested the Everblooms inside. I wouldn't call it infesting, they live there. Clay tried to reason with them. They responded by tearing into him with their rows of sharp teeth. Not everyone wants to be your friend, I guess. They kept trying to bite Tia too, so I got angry and helped her fight. Do you regret it? No, I'm glad I helped out. Thanks to your unsanctioned divine blessings, Innkeeper, we cut through them like butter. Unsanctioned to you? Audacity isn't a replacement for a license. We were quite spent after clearing out so many monsters, and Clay suggested we take a break. Though we made sure not to waste too much time. We had to make it back in time for the barbecue, after all. That meant we had to be efficient during our search. Large parts of the Everbloom had collapsed, but even the explorable sections were unbelievably spacious, so we split up to cover more ground. A dangerous choice. That's where the monsters get you. That's what Clay said, so I enchanted the friendship bracelets. That way they would always sense in which direction the other person was located, so neither of us would get lost. It was so smart. It was very useful. I see you kept yours on. I did. They really helped with navigating around the archives too. It's a beautiful place, you know. I mean, everything's overgrown with vines or withered and full of termites, but we could still tell how much care had gone into building it. Some of the tree branches still had leaves on them, and I saw a couple stubborn lotus daisies trying to break through around the rocks. I watered them. Maybe they'll grow stronger again soon. What a shame all the effort that went into building the archive was for nothing. But it wasn't. It meant something to someone once. And I could still feel the love in it, even during our visit. Maybe it'll even bloom again. It's called the Everbloom, right? Like forever? I wonder who named it. We should go back sometime and see if we can find any information about the archivists. I bet they knew some great drinking games. Perhaps we should honor their contributions by studying the knowledge they left behind. Why not both? They should be people first, symbols second. Oh, yes, I guess both would work too. Good idea, Clay. What else did you find in the archives, besides the beauty and horrors of time, I mean? I found a book of pressed flowers I can't wait to read. And a recipe. A recipe? An incomplete one. We've also tried to translate it properly, but we lacked the necessary reference material. We still thought it was appropriate to bring you the draft. I'm sure you can do something worthwhile with it. I'm sure I can. Thank you very much. As for me, I found a well-hidden study. The Bleakstalker garden that fell to my ambush, and I was free to explore. It was a complete mess, full of scriptures, scrolls, and written ramblings that would be forgotten these days. A little exciting. And worrying. The papers I was able to translate spoke of the apocalypse, of the end of it all. There were research on the roots of the ether tree and how to unbind them, written with shaking hands and fading ink. Was this more the scholarly or mad science type of research? Hard to tell. The lines tend to blur with blasphemy. Do you know a lot about the ether tree? Because Tia gave me a whole presentation about it. I wouldn't mind a refresher. It's a giant tree. Good start. A world tree. That means our world rests on it, in it, around it, somewhere. In it, mostly. Depends on who you ask. The dragons guard the tree because they created it, maybe, but definitely because they care for us. And since we live in it, it should keep existing as it does now, because no one wants their house to crumble. A lot of people would get hurt if something happened to everyone's home. That's true, but luckily for us, damaging the ether tree isn't possible. It's larger than we could ever imagine. To us, it's really more of a concept than a tree. And the dragons defend it, despite their oath of neutrality. They're no easy foes. There is one way. The sigils of Alcahest. The what now? The sigils of Alcahest. They're the key to destroying the Aether Tree, according to the scrolls I studied under the archive's candlelight. Are they some sort of spell? More of a manual to a self-fulfilling prophecy, a way of breaking the cosmos in according with its own rules. For the tree to crumble, its foundation must be fractured. The 5 sigils of Alcahest represent the 5 dragons, each of which must be damaged to topple our world's balance. Only then can our cosmos reshape itself. The scrolls spoke of experiments for creating a sigil. Unsuccessful experiments. That's reassuring. Not quite. They were only unsuccessful back then. Next to the notes of old, I found others written on cleaner, newer parchments with unfaded ink. Much of it was incomprehensible, written in languages I've never seen before. But various sketches of whales caught my eye, as did altered frostbite scrolls. That sounds unsettlingly familiar. I fear that the starfall broke a sigil. By ripping holes in Cassiopeia's wings, it destabilized her flight. If she's damaged any further, time could be sent into disarray. Meanwhile, the tsunami, like I heard, didn't just plague the archives. The waves broke down the barriers between the primordial sea and the Twilight chasm in ways never seen before. So that's 2 broken sigils. That's not good. What an incredible understatement. To witness one such sigil fracture would be anxiety-inducing enough. Knowing it has happened to 2 will keep me up for many nights. It's not 2, it's 3. 3? Alongside the notes, I found an old map with fresh markings. All the names were outdated, but the intentions was clear. Marked were the 5 interplanar portals. 30 years ago, their sudden appearance tore fissures into Gaia. I believe they were the first sigil. Bad, right? Very. Who could have done this? I don't know. And why, of all things? If the other tree collapsed or even shifted from its perfect balance, the destruction would end us all. Who would want that? No one thinking rationally, that's for sure. Some people just like to watch the world burn, but I'm gonna say no one thinking rationally. They might have a good reason for it. Maybe we can talk them out of it. I doubt it. Me too. Whoever it may be that's causing this, they only have 2 sigils left. Would be quite bad, right? Don't they say that waking the Elder Dragon will start the apocalypse? They do. I feel like there's too many ways to start the apocalypse. Maybe they're all connected, and waking will break the last sigil. Although, I'd like to think breaking the sigils is indeed impossible. Because it's impossible to reach Tuat in the spirit realm, correct? It's not exactly impossible. One can make it to the spirit dragon via the astral sea at the dawn of the dying moon. That's in 5 days, right? Yes, but worry not. To reach a specific location within the astral realm, very specific rituals are necessary, and Gaia's portals to Cassiopeia is indispensable. Said portal is located in and safely protected by the Aperture, the stronghold of the Order of Starlight. And its rituals must be performed with outstanding accuracy to withstand the treacherous astral currents. Only the highest ranking members of the Order are privy to the knowledge. Could be an inside job, just saying. And I guarantee you, all of us would rather die than aid in the destruction of the world. Wouldn't be the first time. If the rest of them are half as stubborn as you, I think we're well protected. Exactly. That's good then. The rest is worse. What's bad is that we don't know who's behind this. Or why, by the dragons in the endless horizon, anyone would desire something so vile. I can already sense your next quest. But can I offer you a drink first? Your thirst must be dry from all that exposition. I wouldn't say no to a drink. Perhaps something that will keep my mind intact, defended from lunacy. I feel like I'm going mad. Say no more. Ooh, oh, we finally have one that has 3 of that last whisper. Staff tongue, strong and tough. If too much is bad, if just enough tasty, don't forget cute skull. Enter correct spell here. Lorem ipsum dolor sit amet consur. Yeah, okay. That's not the one I'm gonna do, but that's cool because that gives us another one. All right, so we want something that is strong. Let's do a steel tonic for her. I believe that is a... No, not that. It's... a shark feather? Or... does it require a specific... any infusion? No. Let's try a pine cone. We'll have 1, 2, and then we just need a dex, but we're gonna have to do 2 dex. Here we are, steel tonic with a pine cone twist. A delicious defense against the absurdity of evil plots. Thank you. This makes me feel a little less conspiratorial. I needed a breather. You know what else would make for a great breather? Fable's barbecue? Exactly. You're right. That would be quite pleasant right now. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think the barbecue is happening today. Fable hasn't returned from their quest yet. Oh? What quest are they on? Finding Melina? But we just saw Melly on the way here. Perhaps they found another quest while out. Heroism can be infectious like that. Innkeep, what kind of drink did you mix them? None. Maybe we should go look for them. Maybe so. Yeah, please do. No one has seen them in days. And the last thing I said to them, I hate for those words to be the last, to say the last. Please help me find them. Of course, I'm sure they could slay any monsters without us, but some extra hands couldn't hurt. But you'll have to deliver your apologies yourself. I'll slay that beast when it comes to it. Very well. I think I was really in the wrong. I mean, I was kind of like, yes, we need to go for Melly, but I honestly didn't have enough information. But first, we must solve the urgent sigil problem. I feel like we're just missing one piece. You might try asking Melly. She's really good about finding pieces. A piece of cake? What? Or a piece of evidence. I'd like to order my usual cake, innkeeper. I don't serve cake. Never have. Oh, maybe you should. Another delicious delicacy would be... also still no blood. Aw. The sorrow I'm feeling almost equals the grief I felt after the vampire glitter competition of 1389. Oh, I had run out of glitter. It's probably still present somewhere. I could serve you one of my usual drinks to alleviate some of that heartache. That would be splendid. I like something to enhance my immortal strength. No shopping bag shall hold me back today. I'll see what I can do. So what do we need to do? We need 3 swords. Ah, we can do the cursed coffee. When you peer inside the steaming chalice looking at your own distorted reflection, you will find the darkest swirling depths. The blankness will be all-consuming, a gloom so bitter that you might think you see the souls of the damned swimming inside, but really you're just looking at a strong cup of coffee. That's it. Yeah, we're all just gonna do this. And I need a little bit of a pick-me-up. Yeah, we can do a tooth. That one will just do a touch of charisma. Not charisma, brain. And then we will do the rest in... Oh, we need one more. One more charisma. There we go. Not charisma. Intelligence. I keep wanting to call that charisma. Cursed coffee. Yeah, let's see what it looks like. Ooh, here. With all the strength of a raging fire. Thank you, dear innkeeper. My blood is boiling with euphoria. Any particular reason for your shopping trip? A very particular one, dear innkeeper. It is a matter of life and death. I must head out to purchase this wonderful substance known as comfort food immediately. Do you know what comfort food is? I haven't the slightest idea, but it is rumored to restore you mortals back to full health. I'm afraid Rhea will perish should she not receive it. That sounds serious. Has she fallen ill? A fatal case of something she called being in the zone. I assume it's highly dangerous. She's refused to move away from her drawing board for over a year now. She even threw me out of the room upstairs when I offered her a blood pellet snack. How will her body handle yet another year without food? I have some good news for you. Rhea hasn't been sketching for a year. You guys checked in yesterday. How fortunate. And as for your legendary item, you should ask her about it. Generally, everyone has a different idea of what they consider comfort food. Definitely tacos. How wondrous. Though something tells me you should give her some time before you go back upstairs to ask. Why? Call it intuition. I don't think intuition is a very good name, innkeeper. Want to help me find a better one? Of course. I'll think of one before the next 80 years are up. Thank you. I shall remain for a while. And once I have acquired the correct comfort food, I will make sure my friend eats every last bite. Like a vampiric mother hen to her vampire chick. I didn't know that there were vampire chickens. There aren't. Do you know that for certain? Yes. I could have sworn the ones at my family's estate had fangs. Chickens can't develop teeth. And here I thought we were comrades in blood hunger. Chickens are still very fascinating all on their own. Did you know they have very colorful dreams? Oh, that's nice. I once helped a wild hen with her dream journal. I'll introduce you to sometime. My favorite thing about chickens is that they purr when they're happy. What charming creatures. The more I learn, they remind me more of vampires. So simple, sweet, and ferocious, yet their origin harbors one of the greatest mysteries of life. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The egg. I forget, on a level, I think I kind of agree with the egg because reasons. Not going to weigh in? I am intellectually withdrawing myself from this conversation. But unlike this unsolved mysteries, I do know how vampires were created. Would you mind elaborating? Weren't you intellectually withdrawing? As a cleric of Cassiopeia, humility is a lifelong objective that I strive towards. As such, I must admit that I need to concede words spoken in haste. Which would be now, I suppose. Please, Kyle, if you wouldn't mind expanding on what you just said. Certainly. It must have been over 5 centuries ago when a scholar stole some of the immortal blood of the dragons. The scholar offered it to Queen Annabeth, who would become the vampire's monarch. I I have never heard of Queen Anne Annabeth. I think that was just the plot of a really challenging board game, Kyle. Oh, you're right. So then, Mike was real after all? Mike? Yes, it's all coming back to me now. The first vampire that walked the world was the famous Michael, but most of us call him Mike. He had a very close connection to the spirit dragon in his domain. Eventually, Mike struck a deal with Tuat. In exchange for guarding the dragon's realm, he would get to live forever. But that didn't work out, I guess? Old Mike didn't read the fine print. The spirit dragon turned out to be a trickster. Tuat turned him into a new form of undead creature, invulnerable to age and disease, but still weak to the blade. Blood was the only thing he could stomach to consume, and with time, even sunlight became intolerable. Mike was no longer welcome among the living, but the dead didn't want him either. And that's how the first vampire was created. Fascinating. There's so little known about the spirit dragon in his realm. Kyle, just how do you possess knowledge that's considered ancient by today's standards? What knowledge? The knowledge you just told us about. Ah, I stumbled upon it in a grimoire I bought the other day at the local bookstore. Nope, that was the vampire romance book Kara recommended to you. Try again. But of course. Dear Evelyn was such a history fanatic. How could I not pick up on a few stories? That was one of her favorites. I still dream of her deathly beautiful countenance as she narrated tales until the intruders stopped screaming. She always told the story of our progenitor, Mike, so softly. She would cradle a vial of his blood, and her tone would turn so reverent. A secret to share just with me, she would say. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to break the last oath between us as well. I'm sure we can keep this as a secret, right? A secret between new friends. If secrecy is how we can repay you for sharing this with us, then so be it. Since you seem to have been very close to her, I wanted to let you know. We traveled past Marrow Castle on our way back. It looked awfully damaged. The destruction looked so fresh, if only we had passed by earlier. Clay even spotted a heavily armored silhouette a short distance away from what remained of the castle walls. We hurried over as quickly as possible, but the shadow was gone by the time we got there. As it was, only rubble remained. Well, at least I got my clock out of there. Was my dear Evelyn unharmed? We don't know. The castle looked abandoned, like a ruin. My Evelyn, what horrible fiend could have inflicted such damage? She must have fought back fiercely. Maybe her opponents suffered twice the damage they inflicted upon her. What I wouldn't give to know her safe. I think I need to go ask Rhea about her comfort food. Let's give him some time to come to terms with what he just learned. Greetings, brave adventurers. Great morrow, innkeeper. There seems to be a few more bones than usual with you, Scully. You observed correctly, my friend. They are wonderful parting gifts, aren't they? Sure are. Care to bring me up to speed, Care? Nah. You'll survive being left hanging for a few more minutes. You're bullying me. You're bullying your innkeeper, Care. Patience, young innkeep. Scully has been waiting to tell you this story since we left the Pale Woods. I will try to compose myself. This tale deserves the cracking of every last one of my rhetorical knuckles. Let us recount our tale properly, Dame Carolyn. Hang on. I think I could go for one of your drinks first. That can be arranged. Something to keep my strength up. I didn't get to flex my muscles much during our quest. A good one might net you a story. No pressure, Care. What have we got? Yeah, we'll do the cursed coffee again. What infusion did I use for that? Was it the tooth? I think it was the tooth. And then we did 2 intelligence and 2 strength. A great drink for a great story. Aren't you lucky? I'd like to think luck had nothing to do with it. Perhaps not. I might have something else to cheer you up. Oh? Melly's back. Oh! Relieved? Like a great sword's been lifted off my shoulders. Is she alright? Yes. Though you might prefer to see for yourself. She and Dave left me their address to give to you. Who? Ah, you know them. Right, got it. Only one person would fit such an uninspired name. They better have apologized to Melly or else. You'll have to find out the details for yourself. Just don't keep them waiting for too long. Don't need to tell me that. Fable isn't back then? No. Sure are taking their time. Feel like looking for them yet? No. They're capable. Just my patience is starting to wear thin. You had some to begin with? You're pretty chatty for someone within greatsword distance. Right. Can I interest you in one of my drinks as well, Scully? With an offer like that, my friend, how can a skeleton say no? Perhaps something to enhance my aura. I would like to do the proclamation of this tale proper justice. Okay, let's see what we got. 3 charisma. Yeah, we'll do the sunny breeze. That one we'll do. We have to do 3 of intelligence and 2 of the sunny breeze. Please enjoy. Oh my. They say manners maketh man, but this drink alone has invigorated me plenty. I can almost feel the warmth of flesh on my bones again. A pleasure to be of service. Our quest was confusion. Inspiring. My favorite flavor of quest. Not enough fighting in my opinion. Felt like my muscles were wasting away on the way back here. But the most important muscle of all received a superb workout. The brain. Metaphorically for me, of course. I've been wondering about that, actually. No. We're not even going to get started on that topic. I do have to agree, my friend. Let's not get distracted. Though I would be delighted to share my theories with you, Innkeeper. Let me know when you have an hour to spare. Or 5. Now back to the task at hand. We started by making our way westwards, though our progress was slow. Any complications? Yes, quite a few. Before embarking on this journey, I was woefully ignorant about the plight of the Physione farmers. The less than ideal weather conditions, the flood that ruined a lot of crops, and now this pesky undead problem. I was stricken with empathy for their struggle. The least we could have done was offer up our means of transportation for any soul looking for a better life further north. So we switched carriages 3 times. By the 3rd time, we had gotten so far off course, it took us a whole day just to get back on track on foot. But once our hike was over, we did get to spend a wonderful afternoon with Dame Carolyn's cousin, Lady Danica. That was nice, I guess. The cousin was the undead snail problem, yes? Did you manage to liven up her garden for her? Sure did. Just had to set up some cabbages to lead them somewhere we wouldn't be damaging any crops, and with just one magnificent strike, truly a sight to behold. It was just some undead snails, no need to have gotten so excited. To match the excitement, Lady Danica served us up some positively delightful cups of tea. Better than any accompanying finger sandwiches and some new facts I gleaned from observing the snails. Even lacking souls, they still displayed some pack behavior. They acted nothing like real animals, of course, but somehow I was struck with empathy for their plight. To unconsciously seek out a manner of instinctual action, despite the lack of anything to grant them a conscious objective. Is there a more transparent yearning for purpose than that? My apologies. It appears what they say about old age is true. You can't help but philosophize. However that's pronounced. And you couldn't help but relate? In a way. One can't help but wonder whether any choice I make is truly my own or just a post-mortem reflex of these old bones. Perhaps even my thirst for knowledge. And yet your enjoyment of it seems genuine. Truly, innkeeper, you have a way with words. Just lots of experience. Though that may be, my worries seem rather foolish now. I count myself as quite fortuitous that despite all that my memory lacks, I can delight in learning it all again. Does it really matter, then, where such an urge comes from? Anyhow, my apologies, Dame Carolyn. I completely derailed our epic tale. Allow me to make up for it by continuing post-haste. We departed after that lovely cup of tea and finally headed for the Pale Woods. Lady Danica provided us with a cart and a trusty steed, a cow with the most lovely temperament. Her name is Lisolat. I made sure to greet the gentleman that passed us on our way to the woods. What magnificent shadow armor he was wearing. Something about it felt oddly familiar. Perhaps it was only my hope that we would look just as gallant after our quest. Lisolat valiantly took us to the edge of the forest where maliciousness permeated the very air we breathed. What he means is it stunk real bad. We left Lisolat there, sparing her the stench seemed like the right thing to do. And forth we ventured. Didn't take long to find what we were looking for. The place was crawling with them, which also explained the expletive smell. For some reason, the miasma didn't seem to bother me as much. Most respectively, you don't have a nose. Oh, of course, or an olfactory of your brain. Anyways, there was a veritable horde before us, an army of undead creatures shambling their way through the forest. One gnawed tree at a time. They were awfully interested in those trees, it's true. I was itching to tear into them, but remembering the plan, I stepped back with a hand on my greatsword. The crucial part of the successful negotiation is that you don't go in blind, and so we observed. The undead creatures were displaying similar patterns to those snails. They weren't just stumbling around senselessly. They seemed to be following a pack leader. A representative. That simplified things considerably. My first course of action was clear. I let Dame Carolyn know of my intentions. It seemed reasonable enough. While I circled our group to get the leader at the front, she remained hidden in the shadows of the thicket. I walked up to the leader, another skeleton, making sure I displayed an open and respectful disposition. I suppose they were not open and respectful in return? Nope. Before I could even react, the skeleton had bitten down on Scully's arm. Agony is what I would have said if I hadn't been protected by my frost armor and your excellent drink mixing skills. Always glad to hear my drinks are protecting my clients on their quest. My friend, your drinks are astonishingly potent, maybe too potent. As soon as the undead creature bit down, their teeth shattered upon impact. The leader recoiled immediately. All the others surrounding us froze. The leader fell to the ground, cradling their face with their hands. Curiously, when they regained composure, their expression was filled with joy. Still no idea how you can read an expression on a skull. They were actually quite expressive for a skeleton. They mostly express themselves through vibes. Skeletons definitely have expression. Through vibes. That sounds like some of your usual expletive. But this time, I'm almost willing to believe you. Excuse me, but what exactly are vibes, my friends? Have fun explaining that one. I guess you could think of them as some kind of aura that someone gives off. Fascinating. That sounds quite powerful. Could one harvest them like magic? Let's get back to the story. The teeth shattering was quite worrying. It made me re-examine the bite marks on the trees around us. Peculiarly, the bite marks were quite a bit more shallow than what we'd seen in other parts of the forest. Which means all those undead creatures had severe dental issues. The leader was so happy because the frost armor's chill was dulling their pain. The others' teeth were also in terribly poor condition. And looking at their behavior, that seemed to be causing them severe pain. Coupled with their hunger for trees, it became a never-ending cycle of suffering. It should have never gotten so bad. I asked them why they hadn't reported the issue to their necromancer. It was clearly starting to impact the fulfillment of their objective. That got them really heated. They tried to rip Scully apart again. But Dame Carolyn skillfully resolved the situation with a bit of intimidation. It turns out, they didn't even have dental. Carolyn? I'm with Scully on this one. They had no benefits, nothing. They were just expected to be quiet and follow orders. That doesn't sound right to me. It's a scam, that's what it is. No sick leave, no compensation, no PTO. They didn't want to hear it. We're gonna do what we love, we don't need any fancy benefits. But you should have seen the state they were in. They couldn't even take a proper chomp out of the tree bark anymore. What would happen when their teeth deteriorated even further? Their necromancer would replace them with another undead creature in a heartbeat. That was when Scully really got to them, I think. The words were just pouring out of my mouth, and I was elated they were the right ones. The light reflecting off the frost armor really dazzled them too. Any skeleton with their calcium should be able to acquire such armor. They needn't be bound by such a neglectful necromancer. My apologies. It appears I somewhat lost my composure just now. You might soon be contacted to host the first UFU gathering, Innkeeper. Union for the Undead. UFU 1755, never forget your roots. They're welcome to visit at any time. I think they really want to improve their situation. Most respectively, they promise to leave the Pale Woods alone as well. One of UFU's goals is to find a more sustainable way to deal with their obsession eventually. They're heading for their necromancer now. There are a bunch of demands to settle. They graced us with a great deal of parting gifts before we left. We got the hallux that broke off of one of them when they attacked Dame Carolyn. Their leader gave me the teeth we couldn't put back into their skull. Oh, and this eyeball. I'm overjoyed we managed to resolve our quest in a peaceful manner. Can't deny your resolution was pretty effective. Good to know you're both happy with how it ended. Those are the outcomes I most enjoy hearing about from my patrons. Oh. But we did get you something else as well, Innkeeper. Right. Here. The trees look really chewed on and dead, but the berries seemed like they were thriving. They're the ones Elfie was going on about. Not like they're here to appreciate them now, but I guess you can have them. Just set some aside to make Fable a drink when they're back. Sounds fair. Also, while I was plucking the berries, the spirits of the trees gave us a little keepsake. Because they were so glad we stopped by after all that gnawing. Sadly, I don't have any more storage space left in my hat. So we wanted you to have it as well. Now we can always indulge in sweet memories whenever we visit. I think I know just the place for it. Thank you very much. Where did y'all get me? Scully, have you ever thought about being an advocate for this kind of stuff? Not that I can usually stand them, but you seem to really care about all this. Oh no, I'm just a mere heap of bones here to learn all I can. But it is a gentleman's way to speak out when evil is committed in front of you. So I don't suppose I will stop doing that anytime soon. Sounds good to me. I still wonder what all those undead creatures were doing there. No idea, we didn't ask. Hunger? Seems to be heading north before we talked to them. Maybe they were searching for more trees? The Pale Woods is one of the largest forests in Fiosa. I don't see any reason for them to leave the area before it was barren. Unless they were ordered to. Don't they typically come with a necromancer attached? You don't suppose that gentleman we encountered outside the woods could have been that very necromancer? I don't think farmers wear armor like what you described. Oh, if I had known what a dastardly negligent necromancer they were, I would never have offered that greeting. Expletive. Just realized where they could have been heading. It's true there aren't many woods around here that compare to the Pale Woods, but that giant root in the capital must look pretty good to some tree-obsessed undeads. There might be tons more headed there even now. Expletive indeed. High fiber risks. Just to clarify, you believe hordes of undead creatures are marching towards the capital? Well, towards the roots would be my guess. I see. They're headed towards Thamus to gnaw on the divine roots as if to fall the ether tree? Precisely. Not that such an action could destroy the whole thing, but it would certainly do some damage. What the expletive are you talking about? As I just stated, someone is trying to destroy the Aether Tree. The star fell, the primordial flood, even the interplanar portals. It's all part of a big plot. Was that not clear? No. Oh my. That's awful. And insane if true. Is it working? Unfortunately so. Or do you see the stars in the night sky? I mean, there's one. There used to be more. And we don't know who's behind it yet either. Well, Carolyn, Mr. Scully, the gentle person you greeted outside the woods, you thought he might be a necromancer? He certainly bore the armor of one. Did he seem like he wanted to kill everyone? Not particularly, though it can be hard to tell sometimes. Politeness and desire for homicide aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. Necromancers resurrect dead things to make undead creatures. Indeed they do. So, Scully, you were resurrected, right? Do you remember anything about it? Well, I admit, at first I recalled very little from the start of my new life. I mostly stumbled about trying to remember my manners. But my memories, or rather the memories of my body, which I suppose are also my memories, have been getting clearer lately. Let me try to focus my thoughts. I believe I awakened in the archives in the Everbloom. The Everbloom? Are you sure? Who woke you up? A gentleman of fine age. I believe he was there to do research. I remember candles held over notes scribbled on paper, ink stains on fingertips. He must have found me near my friend's study. I remember I was looking for her when, after I woke up, I simply left. Rude and uninquisitive of me. I should have asked what he was researching. I could have helped. Be glad you did not aid him. We found his notes. They spoke of the destruction of the universe. Did the guy from the woods remind you of the one in the archives? Now that you mention it. I wasn't conscious enough to recognize faces when I rose, but I knew the armor looked familiar. I think I saw it when I first opened my eyes. Metaphorically, of course, I no longer have eyelids. A necromancer is behind all of this? Is he trying to break the sigils just to get to Tuat, the spirit dragon in the realm of death? Sigils? Are you perchance speaking of the sigils of Alcahest? My friend was researching them once. I always thought them a wild figment of her imagination. Seems like they're not, unfortunately. Do necromancers usually want to destroy Tuat? No, but they do defy his laws of life and death. Perhaps he craves access to all the souls the spirit dragon guards. Or he plans to destroy death once and for all with all his perversions. But my dear, to destroy Tuat, one must find him first. That in itself would be quite an impossible task. No? Not exactly. The spirit realm is well protected, but there are ways to get to him. Can you kill death? I don't know, but merely attempting it sounds disastrous. Ms. Anwar, Mr. Moore, Tuat is the god of death. No matter how insane the necromancer, no one could possess a weapon powerful enough to fight a god. Only weapons made by dragons can harm him. We all know this. You mean like Ur's Great Axe? A weapon forged for the dragons by the dragons meant only for their claws? The axe. It could certainly cut through the barrier between the astral sea and the upper world, if not through Tuat himself. Would stealing an axe from a dragon count as the sigil? Alright, y'all lost me again. I talked about this already, keep up. I'll explain later. You explained it before Carolyn got here. It might count as a sigil if it awakens or damages their plane. Should not be awakened under any circumstances, nor should their legendary weapon fall into the hands of a mere mortal. My, this is quite concerning. Yeah, I'm right there with you. This seems like too insane of a plot. Even for some big bad evil guy, the BBEG. There always seems to be reaching for new heights in their dastardly schemes. If we were correct, this one plans to steal Ur's weapon, break their sigil, and then destroy Tuat. Dragons be with us. What about the undead creatures marching towards the capital? They must be a distraction, a way to keep anyone who would interfere off his back. Quite the dangerous distraction, if you ask me. Those poor husks shouldn't be snacking away at those roots either way, should they? No. And those sigils of alcohol zest you keep talking about could do what? Destroy the tree? The spirit realm rests above all others in the canopy of our world. If what we believe to be this monstrous plan succeeds, it would collapse down onto the rest of the Aether tree. Not only would that free all dead souls, it would destroy the tree, our home, our cosmos, and everything below it. It would destroy our world as we know it. Not to mention, Tuat might die. I don't think I have to explain to you why death dying would be a bad thing. Once again, can he die? Wouldn't risk it. Though I believe this plot of his has to be limited somewhat, no? Perhaps to the transitional period between the astral moon and the dying moon? Only then would the veil between Cassiopeia and Tuat be thin enough for a ritual of such magnitude to succeed. Wait, what you mean is this can only happen the night between the 35th of the Cassiopeia and the 1st of Tuat? So it can only work in 4 days, or next year. Precisely. I guess you can't have the ritual without unnecessarily complicated rules. It is common courtesy. Clay, I've been wondering, remember the man we saw on our way back near Morrow Castle? Yes, do you think he might have been the same guy? I do. Strange armor sounds familiar, as does the convenient proximity to destruction. And more so, that blood of the first vampire Kyle spoke of. Part of the ritual to safely traverse the astral sea involves having an associated anchor for your destination. To find Tuat, you need something connected to him. Like the blood of a vampire eternally bound to him? Yes, maybe our villain got his hands on it. Perhaps he knows more of Cassiopeia than I anticipated. All of this out of context expletive is giving me a headache. And give me another drink to spare to help with all this mess. Or got another drink to spare? Something powerful enough to get me through this? Anything for you, Care? Alright. 3 strong. Let's do the crushed coffee. This is like fast becoming one of my favorites to make. Which one did we make it with? That one. We do a touch of Dex and crushed coffee. There we go. I put all the strength I have in this drink. Enjoy. I think you just put parts of my sanity back together. Thanks a lot. Anytime. So, this madman, if he can get the axe, he can't kill the spirit dragon, right? Correct. Great. Let's stop him from getting the axe then. Great idea. I know. Now how do we do that? Well, first the necromancer needs to find it. For that, he'd have to get to Ur's realm. Thanks to the portals, that is entirely within the realm of possibility. One would simply have to journey through one of the portals to the Twilight chasm, and then enter the endless caves through the nightmare realm. Nothing easier than that. Did Melly see some weird new bone way markers near the... Or didn't Melly see some weird new bone markers near the Twilight chasm portal in the moon swamps? Could they be there to remind someone, say the necromancer, of the way to the portal? They could. Good. The moon portals are much easier to reach than Boreas. We should catch the necromancer before he ventures into the chasm, and most certainly before he gets the axe. Great. Let's go beat his A. Hold on. What if you don't succeed? I have faith in you, but... He sounds powerful. How about a backup plan? Hate to say it, but you're not wrong. Thanks for looking out for us. If we don't... If we don't manage to stop him from getting the weapon, we stand no chance in a fight against him. Even your divine strikes would be no match, Miss Anwar. That is true. We would need an incredibly powerful weapon to match his. Not sure if it's enough, but I do have this sword I got from my Baba. Let me see it. This is a remarkable craftsmanship infused with minor divine powers. Incredible. But I'm afraid even this cannot rival the Great Axe in any capacity. What if it was mixed with dragon fire? What? Do you happen to have such a thing on hand, young lad? No, but I know where we can find some. The ever-burning flame in the highlands is dragon fire. The one you wanted to see, Tia? I think now might be a good time for that. You're right, dragonfire merged with Carolyn's blessed sword. It wouldn't be as powerful as the axe, but it might give us a fighting chance. If we had a master craftsman to forge it, that is. Rhea, she's a blacksmith. If she cares enough, you're right. No one's better for the job. It would be great for a competition. It would be great for a competition for sure. You're right. I would say there's no one better for the job. I'm sure she'd love to forge such a weapon. And I'm sure you can convince her of the importance, Care. You got that right. Leave the blacksmith's recruiting to me. Very well. I'm sure Master Smith's frost grip will be delighted with this opportunity. Having her on our side makes me even more confident that we can stop this necromancer's plans. I have the utmost faith in us, and I know the aperture and its astral portal are well protected even if we should fail. Though I don't believe we will. Because I know I'm strong enough to best this battle, and that Clay is as well. And the others too. Yes, the others too. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if the 4 of you will be enough. Don't worry, there's a lot of people we can ask for help. Like you. Like me? Yeah, ask away. I knew we could count on you. You collect everything we talk about, right? I try my best. Could you write us up 2 quests for all of this? I think we should split our resources so we get the backup plan going at the same time. Great idea, young man. Plus, that'll give us an excuse to have your drinks help us. Not that you need an excuse, but I appreciate you following my rituals. I'll see what I can do. I should have something written up first thing in the morning. I trust you as you trust in us. Deeply? Yes. Deeply, and with the knowledge that together we are stronger. That was a music cued perfectly on that. We'll see you in the morning then. Carolyn, come with us. We owe you a few explanations before we make you do any persuasion work for us. You got that right. Let's go. I cannot miss out on more possible details. I shall see you in the morning, Innkeep. Thank you for all your help. Let's save the world, all right? Let's, Clay. Good luck. Got 2 quests to write. Let's see. Okay, here's the Wondrous Plane of can be accessed through the Twilight Chasm, a plane that can be entered through the portals of our world, Gaia. Yeah. Legend has that the great axe of lies hidden somewhere deep inside the subterranean caves. It's an unimaginably powerful weapon. The enemy aims for the destruction of the Aether Tree. He needs the great axe of to collapse the spirit tree in their realm. So we're gonna have, there's our first quest. The Twilight Chase. World calamity is imminent, but there's one last way to save it. The only weapon strong enough to harm Tuat in the Aether Tree is the legendary Great Axe of and the personification of evil wants it desperately. But first, he must make it through the Twilight Chasm, and for that, he needs a portal. Sounds like a good location to stop him, right? Oh, looks like we got enough for a couple of quests here. Oh, we have the undead marching towards the capital are a mere distraction. Unfortunately, that does not make them any less dangerous. The capital is wrapped in roots protected by the divine. According to a myth, and ancient as time, these are the roots of the Aether Tree. The undead can't seem to get enough fiber. What better tree to chomp down than the Aether Tree? What could possibly go wrong? So the Dead Parade, a horde of undead is approaching the capital. Their insatiable hunger for the local flora leads them to the exposed roots of the Aether Tree and therefore to the capital of Themos. Since it lies nestled in the safety of the roots, this is a mere distraction so the necromancer can feel his true plan, but the undead still must be stopped before they hunger for flesh once more. I got another room. Oh, here we are. So legends or clerics say that the first flame Leviathan ever bestowed upon mankind still burns in the temples in the Highland. That sounds like that's the last one. Only a weapon forged with dragonfire can resist another draconic weapons. Okay, I think that's me with only 2. Okay. Yeah, alright. Here we go. Heir of Dragonfire. Only a weapon forged in Dragonfire could ever dream to hold up against the legendary Great Axe of Luckily, a temple in the highlands houses the ever-burning flame, an ancient gift from the dragons that'll come in handy right about now. And what better sword to reshape with this flame than another gift from the Realm Keepers, an heirloom passed down to Carolyn with heroism scorched into its very essence. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chapter 22, Twilight Xenius. Carolyn, Kyle, and Rhea. Rhea's taking a quest. Good morning. Sleep well? That greetings ain't gonna do, Innkeep. Give me your best lines, I'll hear them all today. Top of the morning to you, adventurers? Go on. Peace and contentment be upon you, travelers. Sweetwater and good berries, friends? Alright, enough. You seem to be in high spirits. Not often you get a chance to work on the project of a lifetime. I'm glad you're so passionate about this. Hope you didn't give care too hard of a time convincing you. Nah. Once I mentioned Dragonfire, it would have been harder to stop her from going on the quest. It was just tough to find her. Didn't take you for a nighttime soup enjoyer. I'm not, usually. I can be persuaded, though, with the right soup and company. I assume your quest for comfort food turned out successful? Not at all. It was thwarted by the shadow of night. Dearest Rhea promised we shall endeavor to make shortbread another day when the sun is high in the sky and the stores are open. I'll need to make that sword first, though. Did Carolyn update you about what's at stake? Sure did. Those sigils of alcoholic zest won't know what hit them when they see my newly forged weapon. It's sigils of alkahest. Gesundheit. So I assume you've worked out a game plan? More or less. Not like we got a lot of info in that quest of yours. I'm sorry. You worked with what you had. We'll manage. Though that ever-burning flame of Leviathan sounds more like a myth than something real. Sounds exactly like something you need for a mythical weapon capable of saving the world. Ha. Still, are you sure you're okay with forging your sword for this care? Yes, it's the right thing to do. That wasn't what I was asking about. Believe me, I know a thing or two about the importance of an heirloom. It's fine. It's just... I wonder if I'd still feel the same connection to my Baba when I look at the sword afterwards. Eventually, everything she gazed at in life will be gone. Sometimes you can't change the... You can't hold on to the past to prevent the future from happening. Don't you think she'd be looking at the sword of Carolyn the hero? That makes a good point. That has quite a wonderful ring to it. I agree, Kyle. I didn't know your grandma, but reforging that sword of the Dragonfire to save the world, I think she would have been mighty proud of ye. And I'll make sure that weapon is the best anyone's swung this side of the Aether Tree. You have a competition to win, after all. Exactly. I've been thinking all night about what techniques to use. The design ain't exactly final, but I'll finish it during our trip to the Highlands if I'm fast enough. Rhea, are you doing okay? You never heard of giving someone time to think? You seem to be putting a lot of pressure on yourself. This can't just be some simple run-of-the-mill weapon. And there's so much to decide before starting the forging process. Hitting, quenching, tapering, and the 5 Varric and heat temperament treatment techniques. And the 5 weight? That could actually work. I'm surprised you still remember those. Certainly, you were very passionate about the method. I'm just stoked to get a weapon made by you, Rhea. If it's you, I know my Baba's sword is in good hands. You seem to have the forging part covered. Anything planned for the rest of the quest? Right. Since we don't really know much about who or what might be guarding the flame, we're taking Hex along. Should we encounter any defenses of the, magical sort. As for how to get to the Highlands, Clay and Tia couldn't come along, so let's hope Baya is up for helping us with her tree travel thing. Seems like you've got your bases covered. You as the main fire, Rhea as craftsman, Hex and Baya as magical support, and Kyle as... I'm afraid I won't be able to fill a role this time, innkeeper. I tried to distract myself, but the mere thought of dear Evelyn hurt and alone, or worse, it struck me with a torment strong enough to make even this undead heart bleed with worry. No matter what transpired between us, all I craved was to know her safe. But to allow my dear friends to march into danger alone was no less distracting. He was almost inconsolable the entire evening. I didn't want to choose one side, only to lose the other forever. That's when I slammed my empty bowl of soup down on the table between us. We weren't going to go off and die just because he took his eyes off of us for a few days. And yet, that very fate has struck me several times in the past. I said, well, do I be damned if you never get to see me, Master Weapon. Doesn't matter if I have to chew my way through that expletive tree myself. Heard the dead have a taste for bark anyways. It was as if those words washed away most of the anguish that was ailing my soul. Surely it was time to believe in the future, and to reconcile with the past I left behind, all for my most cherished people. As long as I didn't forget along the way. But we found a workaround for that. Flashcards. I just need to pull them out and be greeted by the wonderful card prepared for me by Rhea and Carolyn, even though they may be far from me. That sounds great, Kyle. There's one about you as well. I'm honored. Seems like you thought of everything then. Hopefully. Some help from your drinks would be mighty appreciated nonetheless. Anything in particular in mind? Some fire resistance seems like it'd come in pretty handy. That does sound reasonable. We could focus on agility if we're already going that direction. Don't think we want to take whatever traps we run into head on. And add some strength as well for anything we can't avoid. That and the fire resistance should definitely help with forging the weapon as well. Though, that ghost berry I brought you yesterday, I wouldn't mind some invisibility either. It might give us some imaginative ways to deal with whatever challenges we end up facing. Concentrating on intelligence to take full advantage of that sounds like a good option too. Hex would like that. I bet. Knowing him, there's an equal balance of his ideas going right or wrong horribly. Right or horribly wrong. If things go south, we'll need the charm to talk our way out of anything. And this way, dear Evelyn will be stunned by my most captivating entrance. Sounds decent. Some intelligence could help with figuring out the those techniques you mentioned. And my design, I guess. Alright, Innkeep. It looks like you're bursting to help us out with this decision. Is it going to be dexterity with some strength as backup and fire resistance? Or should we approach this with intelligence and a small dose of charisma in case things go really wrong? And some handy invisibility. Well, if you're asking me... Okay, first up... let's go here. There we got, so we have, I am actually leaning towards this one with the intelligence and a little bit of charisma. So which one? I could do peak sunrise, would make that. Yeah, but I need 3 intelligence. I could actually do it with the sparkling nebula. Or peak sunrise. Let's see if we can do peak sunrise. Hold on, or my other option would be this one. I don't know what it, I wonder if I get like a bonus for having the second one or no. Okay. So we're gonna go with peak sunrise. I would like to do the ghost berry. That's gonna get some of that invisibility going. Extra charisma. Do that. That's the sparkling nebula. Would I be able to do this? No. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch it over to sparkling nebula, which we have. If you want to forge that weapon properly, it might be best to reserve your strength. Also, anyone guarding the flame should be pretty invested in the dragon's well-being. So here, to solving the challenges ahead of you cleverly. Appreciate it, Innkeeper. I think this will put us on the right track. That should help Hex, plus it'll help give Rhea ideas for forging. And with that, we're off to the Highlands. Me and Kyle are gonna go grab Hex before I let him go check on his ex-wife. You go get Bea? Sure. Good. Alright, that's it, Innkeep. One last line for good luck. Make it count. Mind the creaky step on your way out. Heh, fair. Fare thee well, dear Innkeeper. Yes, Care? Kind of weird, isn't it? What is? There's gonna be a battle for the fate of the world. But Elfie ain't even here to worry themselves stupid about it. They'd have loved this, I think. Not the impending doom, but all this getting together to defeat evil stuff. Make sure to tell those guys heading to the Twilight portal to keep an eye out for them. I will. Good. Suppose it's time for me to head out as well. Stay safe, Care. Always, Innkeeper. Innkeeper, we have returned. I can see that, Tia. I was awaiting you. Though I'm surprised to see you here, Jade. Yeah, well, Miss Holier-than-Thou dragged me along. Some expletive about finally doing my part. I distinctly remember you expressing open interest in our plight when we were talking to Aniko. I believe you asked multiple questions that indicated your desire to help. And I remember asking how much you'd pay, and you said nothing, so I said no thanks. And yet, you didn't resist coming along. She got a point there, Jade. Do you have a better job lined up, Jade? Not yet. Aniko and I are eyeing something, but I guess I've got some time to kill. Perhaps Nico can help. Perhaps Nico can cause... yeah, perhaps Nico can help too. They better. Not sure if I can deal with Princess here alone. No need to deal with me. I can handle myself. I'd love to have a Nico on the team. Me too. I assume you've written us a quest, Innkeeper? I have. Take a look. And Tia takes a quest. Excellent work. I knew we could count on you. Let me have a look at that. We just have to catch the guy at the portal. Seems simple enough. We could even set up an ambush. Or be sneaky if he's already there. You can sneak, big guy? I could do a lot of things. A few years back, I spent time with some lithic panthers who showed me how to sneak up on anybody. I just don't like doing it. It seems a bit rude, you know? No, I don't. But I think the situation calls for a little rudeness. Agreed, it does, and for a little more manpower. You're right, Innkeeper. We should ask Nico for help. Also, Hex suggested taking Voy along. He's great at distractions and knows his way around the Twilight Chasm, should our quest lead into it. Apparently, he has family there, though I hope we don't need to disturb them. Anyone else? We considered a whole lot more, but Scully and Grace made a good point. They said not everyone is battle-tested, and that it'd be reckless to take inexperienced adventurers along. They also said we should look into more backup plans for the backup plan. I think they just wanted an excuse to do some research and to stay away from the bloodshed. Can't blame them. Melly really wanted to come too, but Dave said no. Is he coming himself? Of course. Made these two ask him before we got here. We need good fighters, and Kid's got some talent. I hope he said goodbye properly this time. Carolyn made sure he did. Never saw a more terrifying death glare in my whole life. It was very impressive. It was. So, are you finished with your questions? Actually, could you review the plan for me one more time? It's been a long couple of weeks. Sure. So, listen up. We make it to the Twilight Portal by the moon pools, and we stop our big, bad, evil expletive from going through. If we fail that, or if he's faster than us, we chase him through the Twilight Chasm and into Ur. And we prevent him from getting that fancy axe. And if that fails, well, we stop him at all costs. Sounds like a good plan. While you're at it, will you keep an eye out for Fable for me? Of course. Now, Innkeeper, by the dragons and all that is holy in this world, can we count on your help again? Absolutely, yes. What do you need? Easy, we just need to be quicker than that maniac. We should be the first to reach the portal. And we should be the first to attack him, all while dodging his counterattacks. Outspeeding him seems like the smartest option here. You're wrong. It is foolish to think his strikes won't be powerful. We need to be well protected against him, so we can take him down before he really hurts any of us. Don't be stupid. If we're fast enough, he won't even get a chance to hurt us. I'd like you to say that again when you're lying in a pool of your own blood. Okay, maybe we need both. It's just the balance that counts. We could focus on a whole lot of defense, but keep some dexterity in our back pocket. And maybe it's some of those fast infusion thingies that make up the difference. I could hasten you with some golden feathers or saber fangs. Great. Alternatively, you could give us a lot of dexterity instead, with just a little bit of defense on top. And to make sure we don't get hurt, you can give us some of that frosty armor Scully keeps talking about. Sure thing, I've got enough frozen pine cones left for that. I don't think Jade and Tia can make a decision without bloodshed, so could you help us out? Of course. I know just what to do. Do I? Do I really know what I want to do? Okay, so we could either do it with... Let's go back and look at the transcript. So Clay is saying a whole lot of defense, but keep some dexterity in our back pocket. One of those fast infusion things, which would also help with some speed. Could hasten you with the golden feathers or the saber fangs. Okay. Alternatively, you give us a lot of dex, which is a little bit of defense, and then bolster that with the frozen pine cones. I'm thinking I want to go with the whole lot of defense. So, like, this one would be really good. A steel tonic might be really good. This would also... Let's see. Yeah, the steel tonic would also give them some strength as well. So let's do that. Hold on. Now we need the fast. So that would be like with the golden feather, I believe. Or the saber. Yeah, so let's do a saber. We're gonna need one more strength. And then we need 3 more. There we are. Steel tonic. Here we go. Now we can pet him. I thought I'd already done that before. Alright. Steel tonic. Defense should be your #1 priority, but I think haste makes for a good backup plan. You can never have enough of those. See? I was right, as usual. You chose the right focus, Innkeeper. At least we'll be fast so I don't have to listen to you gloat much longer. Let's get this over with. Alright, Clay, let's go. Clay. Are you okay? No, I don't think so. Aren't you scared? Of what? All of this, the fate of the world is a very heavy weight to bear, don't you think? What if someone gets hurt and I can't stop it? What if I can't protect you and the others and the world and the ferrets? Clay, stop, please. For a moment, just stop. I know this is scary. Truth be told, I'm scared too. My whole life has been building up to this moment. I've always been told I'm meant to save people, and if I can't, what's the point of me, you know? You are the point. I'm glad you exist, even if you don't save anyone. You're not some mythical savior, you're my friend. And you are mine. I'm a little less afraid because I have you with me. You taught me how to value myself as a person despite all the weight on my shoulders. I wish you would do the same for yourself. I promise you, together we will get through this. And we will save each other and our friends and the world and all of the ferrets. And the innkeeper while we're at it. Thank you. I appreciate being included. Fear's a powerful motivator. Use it. Yeah, you're enough, Clay. And you don't have to worry that you're not. And you too, Tia. Don't think I'm excluding you. I wouldn't dream of it. Having you two believe in me is all the strength I need. Can we still hold hands on the way there so it's a little less scary? Of course. And remember, you can never lose me. Your bracelet will always tell you exactly where I am. And if you get lost somehow, despite your impeccable sense of orientation, mine will help me find you too. You just get lost looking. Maybe I'd have to ask Jade for help. I'd do that for you. Thank you, Tia. You're a great best friend. Oh. So are you. Alright then, best bud. Let's do this. Together. Best of luck. We won't need it. I still have a quest. There is Grace. You must have made them some really good drinks, innkeeper. I've never seen Clay that determined. I tried my best. I have to say, Grace, I'm surprised you're not accompanying Hex to see the ever-burning flame. She didn't want to stop studying the magic spells. She thinks they might help us solve all this. I think what might help me right now is a drink. Something that'll get my thoughts flowing gracefully despite all of this mess. Give me a moment. Alright, so you're gonna want something, yeah, with a lot of intelligence. Yeah, I want to do the Last Whisper, but... do I have anything else? Oh, we have a Peak Sunrise. I like doing that one. Let's do the Peak Sunrise. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I do need something. Yeah, we can do with a nice little flower. Or can we do it with... No, we can do this. I need an extra dexterity. And 3 intelligence. Peak Sunrise. Thank you, Andu. A delicious thought tangler just for you. I don't think I've ever tasted detangler, or detangler as delicious as this. You've tasted detangler? Melly, would you like a drink as well? No thank you. I've already had 3 hot chocolates today. I think if any more magic enters my system, I'm going to eat the sun. On to another topic then. I've heard you formed a research team? We did. Obviously, Grace and I are the leaders, but we also recruited Scully and Archie. And Una said she wanted to sit with us and crochet while we work. What a great excuse to help. She insists we don't call it helping. Of course she does. Rufus is helping us too. His wool is so soft, it calms everyone down. I wish Dave could join us too. I guess he's busy fighting the mean guy. But he promised he'd be back soon, so... And he better keep that promise. What are you looking into anyway? Melly mentioned spells. Are those the one Hex found in the tower? Yes, those ones exactly. He stayed up all night decoding their formulas, but as soon as he figured out what they were about, he lost interest. So I picked them up. Most of them were rudimentary, all things we already have in our spell books. But 2 stuck out to me. Care to educate me? Which ones do you want to hear about first? Teleportation or soul binding? Well, I think we'll probably be able to do both. Let's do teleportation first. One of the scrolls he found holds a powerful teleportation spell. Now, I found seeing myself quite equipped at conjuration magic, but Hex finds it boring. He picked the scroll up because he assumed the golden runes meant it was special. He was right, but I guess it didn't have enough fire for him. How is it special? I think if cast correctly, it could get you anywhere in Asteria with incredible accuracy, even to protected places on other planes, but I'm trying to figure out how to use it without destroying myself. It requires more mana than people usually have in their bodies. So you think it'd kill its caster? Almost certainly so. It still has a lot of promise. Maybe I can modify it. What about the other scroll? The other scroll. Hex brought home a glass case with a glowing, floating scroll inside. After we got it out and removed all the protective runes, he was pretty disappointed. A riddle-locked glass case and protective runes seems like someone didn't want it to be used. I'm pretty sure I know why. It describes pulling souls right out of people's bodies and binding them to objects. Completely volatile magic, and dangerous, I assume. It's been a little hard to translate. I'm trying to figure out any side effects it may have, so I can convince Hex not to use it whenever he's slightly inconvenienced. Good luck with that. Thank you. Hex also brought back a lot of the wizard's personal notes. Diaries and such, retelling of his exploits, of his hopes, dreams, fears. When I have some more time, I think I'll be able to do a deep dive into who he was. Maybe I can put a little exhibition together if Voyan and Nico let me borrow some of those magic items. I doubt they'd dare refuse you. I'd hope not. I want some magical scrolls of my own to decipher. But first we need to finish the research, just because we need to figure out what to do if... It's just nice to have something to do is all. Plus, I'll take any excuse to hear more of Scully's Everbloom stories. He's trying to figure out whether we can reverse the sigils. That'd be neat. Maybe you can duct tape them back together? I don't think so. With Archie's help, I also made this whole board where I can collect and connect all of our clues. Specifically, I've been looking into who exactly that necromancer guy could be. Clay said he noticed some flowers on his armor, and I think that might be a clue. Maybe he's a florist, or they're zombie flowers, or he wants to destroy all the flowers. I need to figure out what his motive is. Because if we can figure out his motive, we can figure out who he is, and then we can figure out his weaknesses. Not that we need them, because Dave and the others will. What did he say? Kick his abs? But looking into it makes me calmer? Yes. They'll be alright, right, Innkeeper? The zombies aren't going to eat them like they ate my parents. Yeah, they won't. They'll all protect each other. He'll come back for you. I hope so. I don't want that to happen again. I miss my parents. I wish they were here to hold my hand. What were they like? Well, I remember my dad always told me bedtime stories about swashbuckling burglars. And I remember my mom loved making things out of yarn, especially socks. And they were really nice and cool, and I loved them so much. I know I can't replace your parents, but if it's okay... But is it okay if I hold your hand until Dave, Carolyn, and Fable come back? That'd be nice. I feel a lot safer with them around, you know? Like I'm home again. Yeah, you're not alone anymore. You are home. I think so, too. But enough dramatic backstory. I'm turning into Dave. Just less repressed and gay for Fable. Maybe it's time to head out. We'll update you on our research tomorrow, Innkeeper. But first, we're going to get a lot of ice cream. Exactly. Una promised she'd make some. Save some for me. We'll try. Hello there. It's been a while since you last showed up. I thought something might have happened to you. I feared you went home without saying goodbye. Something might have happened to you. A lot of things have happened. Not all of them good, which all means not all of them were bad either. I did end up finding those golden loon feathers quickly, with some help from Voyage. But with everything going down, I decided to stick around and help those in need. That sounds just like you. How are things with you, though? You don't need to say much for me to know what that face means. I've seen it once or twice before. Is there something I can do for you? What is there to be done, Quincy? It's like everything is in limbo. Like dancing on the edge of a blade? One wrong move and it's over? Something like that. Would it help if I asked you for a drink? Maybe. You know what always helped me when I'm feeling down? What? A good cup of Quincy's hot chocolate. Here, after all I've heard, you might need it more than me. Hot chocolate. Thank you, that's very kind of you. Now, go on, make me a drink. This one or another one, whatever you'd like. We gotta do hot chocolate, hot chocolate. Oh, and this is another one that's got the triple decks. Let's see, what can we do? This one might be good. Yeah, I think this lotus flower would be helpful. Let's do that. We've got 2 decks. Got a touch of charisma. And then a touch of intelligence. Yay! Drink up. Couldn't wait to try it out right away. Well, you replicated it perfectly. My hands and heart are warm. Want a sip yourself? You look like you need it. Maybe later. May this drink be warmer than the currents of these times. It most certainly is. Thank you, Innkeep. Of course. So, how are you? I'm okay, I think. It's hard to tell, but I think things could be worse. They always could be. We're blessed and cursed with the gift of imagination, after all. Doesn't mean the way it is always feels good. No, but I'm not alone. That helps. It's been a while since I've heard you say that. It must be nice to feel that way again, and a little terrifying. I didn't think I'd care again. I didn't want to, but it just happened? Yes, just like that, without my consent, I might add. The heart wants what it wants, and sometimes what it wants is friendship. But I can see how that's a scary feeling. So many things are on the line now, perhaps more than you bargained for. It was easier when I just looked away. Would you rather look away than help your patrons, your friends? Hold on. Would you rather look away? No. But now I have to face the fear of losing them. Funny. Funny? Didn't you swear to me that you were done fearing death? That you had nothing left to lose? Sometimes lying to ourselves is easier than lying to others, I guess. I'll keep my "I told you so" to myself. I just feel like I'm stuck in an endless cycle, and there's no way out that doesn't tear me apart. Would it help you to know that we've all felt like that at some point in our lives? Not really, no. Then let me leave you with this instead. Love may come at the price of loss, but the inevitability of loss also comes with the reward of love. You can't lose something without having loved it. And so you should love whatever it is you fear to lose. Those are the moments that matter, the moments that make your life worth living. Besides, you have the power to step out of that cursed circle anytime. Do I? Write your own story, my friend. Don't doom yourself because you think it's what you deserve. I forget how good you are at giving advice. Makes me a bit envious. You'll get there eventually. I hope so. Thanks for checking in. I think I needed that. Of course. Please don't stop reaching out. The safety of isolation is not worth the loneliness. I'll try to remember that. You better. Now, I heard the night market is close by, and I really don't want to waste this opportunity, so Don't let me hold you back. Until next time, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, and be safe out there. Why don't I get a catchphrase? Oh well. Guess it comes with age. Maybe next millennium. Ooh, new person. Hello. Greetings, traveler. I see flowers. I'm suspicious. Nice armor. Is it new? No. Doesn't it seem familiar? The flowers certainly do. Did you keep my books? You know, I imagined this place differently. It's nice. Thank you. But I thought you'd be long gone by now. After all, you like running, don't you? I like it here. Though, your visit is making me consider moving soon. It's not advised to stay in one place for too long anyway. Eventually, the past will catch up to you. I figured. What brings you here, really, Quasar? You know, this and that. I paid Morrow Castle a visit. It's quite serene this time of year. What for? Sightseeing. Trespassing. You broke in? I wouldn't phrase it like that. Burglary is incredibly impolite. I was persistent in my approach. Politely, I knocked on the door. Unfortunately, vampires these days have no hospitality. The lady of the house greeted me with a snarl and slammed the door in my face. Not like it stopped me, but I found it quite rude. So you did break in? Obviously, as a last resort. There was something I needed more than manners. As expected, she wouldn't give up her precious relic freely. So you killed her? I would have, but no, the rat escaped. In the blink of an eye, she dissolved into mist. I always considered that to be the vampire's most annoying skill. But at least I got what I wanted. And what would that be? Curious as ever, aren't you? That's why I made it my job. What? Being nosy? Something like that. I get to hear a lot of things every day. People like to talk. You manipulate your patrons into telling you their darkest secrets? I don't manipulate, I listen. I'm all ears. What would Lady Evelyn have that you, Quasar Dustbringer, would want? Just a little blood, ingredients for the execution of a grand design. Grand design? We were never one to make big plans. Speak for yourself. Maybe times changed you. Oddly enough, you still look the same. I had to make sure you'd recognize me after all. How could I ever forget you? It seems like it was pretty easy for you to move on. It wasn't. Yet you're hiding. You ran away from everything that once mattered to build a life behind a counter in a shabby tavern. Is that why you're here, to throw your accusations around? No, I guess I just wanted one last chat now that everything's coming to an end. And I'm curious about how this old friend of mine is doing. So how are you doing, friend? I'm full of hope for a better tomorrow. Me too. I'm just afraid that we're hoping for different dawns. We might be. How are you doing? Do you even want to know? It's my job, and my tavern is open to everyone. Your protective spells beg to differ. They let you through, didn't they? So, how about a drink? And then you tell me whatever it is you need to get off your chest. Sure, let's see if you still know me well enough. And if you remember what I taught you. Of course I do. Aw, poor Andu. Can we put... Andu, what's wrong? Charisma. do... It just needs to be 3. Bring a deepest feeling by the blade surface. We're boosting a charisma boost, great for bards and emotionally repressed individuals. Mount your tensions and blow away your stresses, then to enhance charm. No, we'll do a good old spoken heart. And do shivering and... Are you still going to... And do... What's wrong? Spoken heart, you're not getting any infusions. How about this? Sweet and chatty. Not bad. Almost tastes like back in the day. Did you think I'd forget? Yes. I assumed you're as good at abandoning memories as you are at abandoning people. Ouch. It seems like people are right about one thing, though. That would be... Your drinks can influence fate. They can save people, but they can push them in a direction, alter their destiny. I wouldn't go that far. I simply do my best to support my patrons in their endeavors. Will you support my endeavor? As I said, I serve everyone in this tavern. How noble. How awfully morally gray. How opportunistic. It's like nothing's changed. I like it that way. Making decisions for people, leading them to their doom. All because you can't help but wonder what a little entropy would do. I help. You help, sure. You always like to help when it was most convenient for you, when it got people to love you. I hope all your helping has aided you in forgetting them. I didn't forget them. Oh, is that so? I couldn't sleep for months. My heart bled and bled until there was nothing left to bleed. I was alone. And by the end of it, when nothing was left, there was just one question. How could the one person I trusted with my life turn on me like that? How dare she leave me with nothing but the stars staring at them alone? Wondering whether the blood would ever wash off. And how by the dragons and their false light is all you've done with your freedom, this dastardly achieved freedom, this. There's still blood on our hands. It took me way too long to realize that I didn't have to give up, that I'm not like you. That it doesn't have to be their blood that sticks to my hands. They're gone. Not for much longer. Soon the star rain and the flood that washed away our yesterday will open the gates to a new tomorrow. A new horizon unhaunted by still ghosts. Quasar? Innkeeper? Why would you do something like this? Don't we owe it to them? The you I knew would have agreed. The me you knew was foolish. Some situations are hopeless and some decisions aren't easy. Decisions are quite easy if you set your mind to it. Say I need to tear apart Cassiopeia's wings for the stars to rain upon Gaia. An ambitious task. I could decide not to and abandon my plans because I'm intimidated by the complexity or scared of the consequence. But no, instead I choose to stick with it and get what I want. I don't give up. I succeed. It truly is that simple. If you care, you'll get it done, no matter how much effort it may take. Everyone was dead. I wasn't. Didn't we promise to only stand by each other's side, to never be alone again? We did. Didn't they deserve the same? They did. Then why are you here and why they aren't? I don't know. Me neither. What did we mean to you? Nothing. We meant nothing to you. The home we built, it meant so little. That's not true. Do you still ponder about the meaning of life watching the stars? No, they aren't anymore. It's better that way. It's mean there's no risk in getting caught up in trivial things. It means there's no risk in getting caught up in trivial things. Like getting caught up in the thought of a world without pain. Like that. So naive. So stupid. Hold on. Life watching the stars. No, they aren't there anymore. Okay. I don't know which one of these mean anything. We'll just go with it meant everything mean. Don't lie to me. I've seen through the charade. Your tricks don't work on me anymore. Look at the stars now as they lie at our feet, a declaration of your failure, an elegy to your cowardice, and a demonstration of my endurance. Everything is set. Everyone will get what they deserve. Even your little replacements. Soon, there'll be no more than a fading memory on the horizon. Feels familiar, doesn't it? They're alive. They can be saved. They are alive indeed. What you should ask yourself is for how much longer, and if the time comes, will you run again? No. But you sent them to their deaths, did you not? I sent them to stop you. I'm aware. Which reminds me, I'll have to leave soon before your little pawns interfere with my threads of fate. Gertrude, come on, it's time to go home. Is that the raven? Interesting. Care to explain? I sent you a little companion so you wouldn't be so alone, but I need her back now. You do know I value my privacy, and I value the perfect execution of my plans. So thank you for collecting so much information for me. You don't have to do this. I don't, but I will. Anyway, I got somewhere to be. Speaking of which, my invitation, the offer still stands. Join me and watch as I repair what you've destroyed 30 years ago. Join me to witness the renaissance of times past. I can't. My place is here. What a pity. It almost pains me to see you haven't changed one bit. I've moved on. You should try it sometime. Spoken like a true coward. It's not like I need you anyways. Not anymore. See you soon, old friend. Or not. Act 3, The Twilight Flood, Chapter 23, The Wheel of Fortune. Melly and Archie. Good morning, innkeeper. Good morning. How's your research going? Well, we did a lot of it. That sounds good. Yes. I can smell a breakthrough right around the corner. Are you writing that down, Archie? What? No, of course not. No notes are being taken here. None. Archie, I told you already. I might be the bestest detective in Fiosa, but this might be the meeting of a lifetime. But The investigation has to come first. How are you going to have time to write a book about my detective career if the world ends in a few days? I mean, it won't, obviously, because our friends are super strong and awesome, and we're super smart and awesome. But we should still focus on backing them up. I'm sorry. Seems I can't help but gather material, even now. You're a very impressive detective, and... I fear what will happen if I stop thinking about my books. Is that what I think it is, Detective Molina? I'm afraid it is. Excuse me? It's a severe case of nerves. Quick, innkeeper, we need a remedy. Only your most revitalizing drink will do. Does the patient agree with their prescription? Really, it's not that serious. Thank you. Perhaps a cure that will boost my toughness is what I need. On it, patient 0. Or Andu. Okay. We need something with 3 defense. So we're going to go back to the classic steel tonic. We're going to pet Andu. He's a good little boy. Let's do something that's going to boost everything. I haven't done a fake crystal in a while, but we don't need that. Yep. Peppers might be good, or... yeah. Peppers it is. Alright, so a little bit of dexterity. A touch of strength. And we're just going to go with some defense. Steel tonic. Thank you, Andu. May this drink not be one of your tougher challenges. This is excellent. I could write a novella about the superb taste alone. I really appreciate the effort to cheer me up. I suppose I've been worrying more than I realized. How can I repay? Repay, Shmay. You shouldn't just bear your worries silently. I would accept an update on your research as compensation. Certainly, we are happy to oblige. I thought my knowledge of tales and myths could serve us well in identifying another weapon to slay evil. So I questioned as many scholars and I turned as many pages as I could. That sounds exciting. It might have been if I had managed to find even a hint of anything useful. Extralaberry is nothing but a legend. The Lance of Lowigness might be real, but it proved impossible to trace its location. And don't even get me started on the history of the sword Balmer. My research ended in total failure. Don't say that. We wouldn't know that there aren't any other weapons if you hadn't... We wouldn't know that there were any other weapons if you hadn't looked. It just means we have to move our research focus to something else now. Like my investigation. Oh? Like I mentioned the other day, I really wanted to look into who this weird bad guy really is. With a plan like his, he can't just be some random nobody. His plan does have a certain je ne sais quoi. Je ne sais quoi. It's just so mustache-twirlingly malicious, I bet he has a mustache. In any case, he must have left some traces that we can follow. And if we can figure out his real identity, we'll know his mortal weakness. Like an old wound? Exactly. Someone who wears that much armor must have something underneath. So we'll just have to wait until he takes it off. Once he takes a bath, we should... Actually, I don't think that's a good idea after all. Still, Carolyn always says the more you know about your opponent, the easier the victory. But this guy is like a ghost. No, no one has seen hide nor hair of him before all of this started. And here I thought armor like that would have made him super recognizable with the flowers and all. I did look up some of what they mean, the ones Clay was able to identify. There are petunias and marigolds, which symbolize resentment, anger, grief, and mourning. So that told me absolutely nothing besides that he's a bad guy with some big feelings about the world. Duh. Then I got an idea. What about the other well-known necromancers? Maybe we have a repeat offender on our hands. No one really seemed to fit, though. I was really close to ripping my fur out. But then I remembered all the stuff about the sigils. There actually was a necromancer that died when the portals opened. So I dug that file out of my pile, and yes, if the creation of the portals broke a sigil, then that can't just be a coincidence. Therefore, the necromancer from back then must have faked their death and rebranded themselves as the mustache-twirling, green-armored bad guy that we're facing now. Shouldn't you be doing the pointing thing now? I'm just not feeling it, Innkeeper. I know it doesn't add up, okay? I'm sorry, Archie. This isn't the revelation of truth that it should be. When you write your book, the detective should definitely be pointing at something. Pointing! Yes, I'll write that down. Good. Expletive. I can't believe we couldn't find anything. Who taught you that word, Melly? Wouldn't you like to know? Oh, well. What are you planning on doing now? We need a new perspective. Maybe there's something we haven't considered yet. That's why we brought some of our research materials with us. Wouldn't a library be better for this? Well, maybe, but there wouldn't be enough space to set up the conspiracy board. You brought the board here? Yep. Thanks for letting us set up here, okay? I'll be in the back. Bye! I hope it's okay for us to take some of your space. It's fine, Archie. You can go ahead. Much appreciated, Innkeeper. Well, don't you look chipper. It's good to see you too, Una. You can spare me the pleasantries. Long day? Nah, I was just never really into all this research mumbo-jumbo. I was surprised when I heard you volunteered for the research group. Your info-gathering game is getting weak, Innkeep. I just chose the activity that's the least hassle. Too much exercise isn't good for the retirement spirit. But I don't need to tell you that, do I? Before you get another word out of me, though, I'll need something to get my energy back. That whole frantic research atmosphere really tired me out. Something to bring your strength back. Got it. Strength. I so want to make that the last whisper one. Yeah, we'll do some coffee here. Which ones do I do for the coffee? Do that one. Yeah, we could do this feather or that. Not it's a feather, it's a sprig. And then we need some strength. Nope. Strength, not charisma. There we go. First coffee. Thank you, Andu. Here, for all that heavy-duty crocheting you've done, I feel like I could crochet gloves for an entire army with this. You've got some more adventures stashed away in those back room of yours? Just some more frantic researchers, I'm afraid. So what else have you been up to? Just making sure Grace and Scully don't work themselves into an early grave for the most part. Any news on that front? Are you in the mood to be underwhelmed? Listening to what my Patreons want to share, whether good or bad, is a key part of my job. Spoken like a good little innkeep. As for their research, not many surprises there, to be honest. The damage that's breaking the sigils did is pretty much irreversible, as expected. That teleportation spell Grace is looking into is also not getting any less dangerous. Even with all the modifications she's making, there's still a good chance of it backfiring. And by good chance, I mean like 70%. What kind of backfiring are we talking about? Like everything blows up in fireworks fun? Like killing, or yeah. No. Like immediately dying. Oh. How are Scully and Grace feeling about everything? They're taking it in stride, or they're just too stubborn to give up. I'm not sure. That sounds like them. What about you? Me? All of this must be pretty disheartening. I mean, not really. These kinds of doomsday scenarios just lose their impact after a while in this business. I've lived my life, I've made my choices, now I'm just doing what I want either way. If the end of days comes knocking and I'm on my porch crocheting and drinking, I'll have no regrets. But you're not on your porch. You're here looking after the people trying to avert that doomsday scenario. I can't believe I had to hear that from you. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I could offer you another drink to wash it down. No thanks. Unfortunately, you've got a point. I guess I got swept up in all of this a little. Sure is weird. What is? Caring. Not like I need to elaborate, preaching to the choir and all that. I don't know what you're talking about. Ha, sure, whatever. Let me just ask you this. As you are, will you have no regrets when all of this is over? You couldn't have just let me have the last word, huh? No way in I'll leave you to contemplate that, I guess. Like Melly and Archie here? In the back? I'll go see if the young'uns need some company. Greetings. I mean, good mythical afternoon, adventurers. They don't look too happy. Good afternoon, innkeeper. Does this afternoon seem mythical to you? It seems wet. Sorry about that. We didn't have much time to dry off before coming here. The floorboards should be able to endure it, just this once. It's okay if you want to leave now, Baya. We made it back safe. Okay. But please keep the blankets. I could make some soup. We should be good for now. Thanks, Baya. Where are you headed, Baya? The swamp. I want to talk to my friends. I see. Goodbye. Let a tree know if you need any more help. I will come. Stay safe, Baya. Spit it out already. You've been chewing on this ever since we escaped from that mountain. It's just, I feel bad, alright? So... that doesn't sound too good. Isn't that pretty obvious? Right. More importantly, have the others come back yet, Innkeep? They haven't. It's a waiting game, then. Great. My favorite. Alright, Innkeep. This is where you come in with a drink. I'm going to explode if we keep brooding like this. We're not that rogue fellow. And which of my drinks would be of aid? Not sure what would help soften the outcome of our quest, but maybe protection from disappointment that might do. Certainly. I guess I didn't pick the right one for them. Let's do... makes you feel comfortable and safe, embracing you with a frosty taste. Yeah, let's do this one. Maybe... do I want to do it? No, I can't do a pine cone. Two, three, four, five, six. No, I gotta do something. Yeah, a little bit of a feather. We will have one. And a touch of dexterity for snow. Thank you, Andu. I hope your disappointment will be a distant memory after this drink. Thanks, this takes the edge off. Didn't realize my shoulders were so tense this entire time. Can I offer you two a drink as well? I'm fine, for now. Count me in, Innkeeper. I don't really want to think about it, but perhaps understanding where we failed wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, their thing did not go very well. Yeah, let's do a peak sunrise. Which I believe I do with this one. So we've already got 1, 2, so a touch of dex. A little bit more than a few drops. And then we got some intelligence. Peak sunrise. Thank you, Andu. This might just be what you're looking for to understand the meaning of everything. 42. What? Weird. I don't know where that came from. But this is good. My synapses are firing at the speed of light. Here's my conclusion. We might be really, really expletive. Was it that bad? You don't even know the half of it. Wait, this can't just be it, right? Grace and the others should have figured something else out by now. You probably already have some quests in store for us, for plans C, D, and X. I'm sorry, Hex. Archie and Melly couldn't find any new leads. And Grace and Scully are still at it, but from what I've heard, they haven't found much either. That's... Come on, Innkeeper, stop joking around. I don't think this is very funny. Neither do I. Then what are we doing here? What? If the Innkeeper doesn't have any quests for us, why do we keep wasting time here? If you haven't noticed, the world might be ending soon. We failed to create the world-saving weapon. And now we're here to, what? Have a nice chat? Oi. You're mighty close to overstepping there, wizard. Well, maybe someone needs to say it instead of just lazing around. Hex. Sit your arse down. This is no time to lose your cool. We aren't just here to chat. Information about the group that went to the Twilight Chasm will reach this end first. At this point, we need to know their fate. It would be foolish to go running around without a plan. So, are we cool? I'm sorry. Not exactly a good look for a wizard to lose his head, is it? As long as you realize that yourself. While we wait for others, I guess it's time for another story, Innkeep. I'm looking forward to getting some context. Right. After our chat the other day, Kyle and I went to pick up Hex. We said goodbye to Kyle, he cried, then he left for Morrow Castle. Soon after, Kara and Bea picked us up. They just stepped out of a tree right next to us. Bea was pretty excited to take us to the Highlands. Apparently, she's pen pals with the Yeti, and she's never gotten the opportunity to visit. And then, whoosh. Whoosh? Yeah. 1 minute we're surrounded by nice and lush woods, and then the next, vast mountains. Snow. A lot of snow. You guys suck at descriptions. Our journeys to the Highlands were so fast, it's barely noteworthy. It was impressive. I mean, sure, evocation is obviously the superior school of magic, but I suppose such a feat of conjuration was pretty cool, even though nothing blew up. And then you had to keep on blabbing to Bea about it until we reached the village. Well, Grace would have killed me if I didn't ask for details. While the view was great, we were pretty disoriented. Even when we found the village Clay told us about, no one could point us towards the temple. Kara looked like she was getting ready to throw people around if they continued saying they couldn't help us. It was clear that no one knew anything. Even though we still had no idea where to go, we left the village. That's when Bea let out this gut-wrenching scream. It sounded kind of like this. Thanks. I really appreciate you replicating that scream. But why? Hey, you guys, I insisted I stayed to tell the tale. Or you guys insisted I stayed to tell the tale. Did someone die? Oh, hi. Hi, Lenny. Good to see you, Melly. No one died. Hex just got a little too excited. Whoopsies. I see. Well, make sure not to scream like that anymore. Or no one will know when you really need a detective on the scene. After all, you don't want to be the next boy who cried detective. I'll keep that in mind. I'll go back to my board then. So Bea let out a scream. We had no idea why she did, but before she could explain, we heard some loud footsteps approaching. It was hard to see with the heavy snowfall, but a huge silhouette was making its way towards us. Kara almost tore into it as soon as it was close. But before we knew it, Bea rushed forward. I almost attacked Bea's pen pal. You actually met the abominable Yeti? Really nice fellow. Also pretty good with directions. They pointed us towards the temple. When they did, I noticed their well-crafted ring made of something like opal. Couldn't help but ask them about it. Turns out they got it from the temple. That really got the Yeti talking. We learned a bunch about the temple's jewelry making business, and about how anyone approaching the stronghold unannounced would be seen as an enemy, which is a horrible way to run a business. The Yeti explained that only a select group of trusted people are allowed on the premises. They didn't want to help us get in, though. Something about getting their jewelry buying rights revoked. But at least we knew the way, and soon with that invisibility finally kicking in, we saw it before us. Lo and behold, the Temple of where the flame of Leviathan is kept. Sounds blasphemous. The trek up there was brutal. It was so much walking, I thought my feet were going to fall off. It wasn't so bad, really. The winding path looked nice with all that sparkling snow. It's easy for you to say, you just vaulted right over all that rubble. Yes, we did get to the gate eventually. It was closed, of course, a gigantic wet slab of stone in weathered condition. If there's one thing I know about this sort of thing, it's that gates like this one are super inconvenient. Good thing we didn't want to waltz in through the main gate anyways. No, with the invisibility effect from your drinks still active, we started to check for other points of entry. There was so much rubble, we figured there must have been somewhere for us to slip through. Well, there wasn't. And I was already starting to feel this itch of the invisibility wearing off. We were running out of time. Come on, tell the innkeep what you decided we should do next. We might have tried to scale the temple walls. We made it close to the top, but then the stone started to crumble right under our hands. Hex was the first to fall, but it didn't take long for us to follow. Though it's good to fall with a wizard that can cast a spell to slow our descent rather than break our necks. And here I thought you guys just wanted a big group hug. If you want more group hugs, maybe cast that spell earlier than 5 feet before hitting the ground. Oh sure, I'll try to practice spellcasting while falling at terminal velocity more for next time. Well, you did manage it before we turned into a big pile of adventurer soup. If only we had managed to land literally anywhere else. I didn't even know creatures that big lived out there. Me neither. Right next to us, where we had thought was a snow-covered mountain, was an eye as big as Care opened. It was the guardian of the temple. It slowly lifted its massive head, and we realized that mountain path we'd been walking on earlier was no path, but the body of the Guevra. Its snake body slowly unfurled from around the temple. While shaking the snow off itself, it revealed its pure white iridescent scales. For a few moments, it just stared us down. The gigantic opal embedded between its eyes shone with every color imaginable. What I would have given to work with an opal of such fine quality. It's good to hear you guys had a mythical moment there. But I, for one, was worried about the overgrown snake with wings. The Guevra unfurled its wings from where they had been tucked against his body and rose into the air. An attack position. It struck with such speed we only avoided it thanks to Care's quick reflexes when she pushed us into the snow. All I could think about was that I didn't want to fight it. Not again. When I was getting back into position for another strike, I screamed our intentions out. I couldn't imagine the dragon's guardian would be indifferent to our objective. It didn't seem to care too much about it, though. Or it didn't hear us. It didn't want to give up. We had to communicate with it in a way that it couldn't ignore. So we choreographed an expressionist dance. No, not really. But that would have been a lot funnier. In any case, instead of trying to fight it, I told the others to get moving and get our message across by writing it in large letters in the snow. Ever tried to stomp out letters with a giant reptiles attacking you, innkeeper? Can't say I have. Heck of a core workout. I think I developed muscles where no muscles should ever develop. Watch out, you might be the first wizard to complete a push-up. And did it work? Yeah, the push-up? No, the writing and the snow thing. Wasn't sure at first, but when the attack stopped, I saw it looking intently at what we had written. Then it launched itself in our direction again, but instead of trying to attack us, it dove into the snow. The ground beneath us started shaking until all of us were suddenly lifted on top of its head. I thought we were sending to Tuat's realm for a second, not gonna lie. But instead we were just lifted higher and higher into the air, toward the temple. Soon we could see a tower emerging from the temple grounds. The guardian must have understood us after all, because it was taking us to the only place I could have imagined the flame to be. Soon we were close enough to jump down from the guardian, and then I saw the altar. What did you see? That's the thing. We saw nothing. Nothing? No great flame of Leviathan, just a devastated altar. and an empty basin where the flames should have rested. We were so foolish. The clues were already there when we were approaching the temple. All the rubble, the poor state of the building. The flame was extinguished during the flood, long before we ever set foot in the Highlands. I should have known that the eternal flame was too good to be true. It was all such a waste of time. You can imagine our shock at what we saw, Innkeeper. The realization slowly began to settle in. There would be no way of forging that weapon. Nothing to wield against the necromancer. Up there at the altar, everything was so quiet. The priest hadn't reached us yet. There was just the sound of the wind and the crushing disappointment we were all feeling. The guardian didn't need to say a word. I understood it either way. Whatever emotions we were feeling, they couldn't compare to the grief in the guardian's eyes. Eventually, we were joined by some of the priests who confirmed what we had already surmised. They lost their main objective of worship on the day of the flood. At least our disappointment was somewhat softened by the warm meal the priests offered us. I think they felt bad for us. There's community in shared grief. They were pretty interested in that sword of yours as well. Considering everything we learned in the last few days, the minor divinity of it feels hardly noteworthy. I'll cherish it nonetheless. Maybe I'll also just glad that it'll remain a memento of my grandma. It was stupid to think I could try to rival her feats. But I didn't expect you to talk to those priests for so long. I never thought you'd be so forthcoming before, Rhea. Ain't exactly every day you see that kind of smithing mastery on display. The jewelry those priests were decked out in was a wonder to behold. Straight dripping. No. Please don't. Hey, you don't complain when Nico says it. That level of craftsmanship is to be expected of Ur's people, I guess. They were really generous as well. Practically forced those opals on you. And that blueprint. You're misunderstanding that one, Kara. That was for you. It's a sword blueprint that's been passed down since the conception of that temple. A form worthy of the dragon's might, as they put it. Then they wasted it. I know you won't hear it now, but if you ever feel different, it'd be an honor to forge it for you. We eventually got ready to head back. I was worried about the lack of trees around us, but Baya seemed unbothered. We headed out to the courtyard where slowly but surely she grew a whole tree. Its branches were stark white and covered in gleaming leaves. I asked her afterwards what kind of tree it was, but she just replied it was the dream of the soil. Don't know what that meant. The priest looked very touched by its appearance, but we needed to be on our way, so into the tree we went. We stopped by Baya's and then headed over here. So that's that. Never had such a depressing walk back to the tavern. Oh, quit your yapping. You're going on and on about this all the way over here, too. That's easy for you to say. After all, you got those gems, great for your stupid competition. Some of us were a bit put off by the quest failing. Why don't you just come out and say what your problem is? My problem is that you're acting like everything's fine. Yep, everything is not fine. Did it stop? Seems like it. Is everyone okay? More or less. Yeah. What about Melly and the others? I need to... I'll go. Alright, thanks, Rhea. I'll take my leave. We told our story. There's no other reason for me to stick around. I know this is a hard time for all of us, but I need to check on Grace. Goodbye, Hex. It's getting late. There's always room for you upstairs if you get tired, Care. It's fine. I'll keep you company. Things must be really dire if you're offering that. What do they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures? Welcome back. Keep it. Okay, yeah, silence. Where are the others? Aniko's outside trying to calm Voy down. We didn't want him to throw up in your tavern. Did he have a panic attack? I hope Tia isn't giving him too hard of a time about it. I'm getting the feeling Tia's not here. She isn't, right? No. Where is she then? Gone. She's gone. She left? No, she's dead. Tia can't be dead. You're right. She's way too stubborn to die. Well, she did. I'm sorry. That's awful. Yeah, you don't have to tell us that. Is anyone else? No, we got away before anyone else went down. That's good. What about Fable? Did you see them there? In the chasm, maybe? No, we didn't find them, though. What? I found a bunch of broken arrows not too far from the portal. They were all engraved with pretty flowers. I think they were there. They just didn't come back. I hope they're okay. Maybe with a drink, they would have been okay. What do you mean? You didn't make them a drink and keep? We had a bit of a fight. So you willfully endangered them? I had hoped it would stop them from going. Nothing could ever stop Fable from helping people, you idiot. Okay, first off, she went to go help Melly, and Melly's already come back. I realize that now. You should thank the dragons I care more about my friends' eardrums than I care about yelling at you. I already regret it well enough, don't you worry. You better, if anything happened to them. If they end up like Alethea, I know, me too. We shouldn't have left without her. Her body wasn't exactly cooperative. We couldn't have taken it with us if we tried. Don't call her that. What? An it. Clay. He's right. Have some respect. I'm just saying. Well, stop saying it. Alright, you three, calm down. No need to spill more blood. Please tell us what happened. What does it matter? We abandoned her. That's what happened. We didn't do that. We sure abandoned the world. Our angel would be disappointed in us. It's not like we had much of a choice. You would say that, wouldn't you? What's that supposed to mean? You always run. Of course you wouldn't choose anything else. I ran because I have something to get back to, Clay. So did she. Okay, how about a drink for calming all those nerves? No. Time and place. I'll take one. Need to tell you what happened after all, even though I rather wouldn't. Got anything to make that easier? I'm running out of secrets, though. Don't worry, there's no need for trading today. I don't have anything to wash away the regret. But maybe I can get you something to make the words flow easier. charisma. You'd think I would know this by now. We're gonna do, yeah, 1,000 wins. Which we can do. This one we'll do 3 crown and 2 shield. Should be. What am I missing? Okay, so we have that. Okay. There we are. 1,000 wins. Thank you, Mandu. I just didn't see the sign for Mandu. Here. Thanks for this little taste of normalcy. So I don't really know what to ask. Did you stop him? No. Oh. Expletive. He was faster than us somehow. Melly and Baya drew us a map to the portal so we could get there quickly, but when we arrived, we found a note stapled to a tree. It read, "If you value your lives, go home." He knew you were coming? Apparently, Jade and Tia argued about what to do, but we didn't exactly have a lot of options. So we went after him right into the Twilight Chasm. It was... Calling it the realm of nightmares seems like an understatement in retrospect. Wouldn't have made it without Voy. And Tia's light. We ran into the necromancer on his way back. Didn't even catch him before he got to He looked unharmed. It's ridiculous how easy it must have been for him. In his hands, he held an axe shaped like a dragon's talon, pulsating with magical energy. It was smaller than I thought it would be. Magical weapons tend to be size adjustable. Oh, right. Maybe we would have stood a chance if we hadn't walked into a cluster of nightmare creatures. I thought maybe they'd be a good distraction for him too, but the necromancer called on them for aid in the chasm's tongue. Voy said he promised them freedom and endless nightmares. And just like that, they sided with him, and we were up against a necromancer, a god's axe, and a horde of monsters. We thought we were faster than even his new army. So we quickly cornered him and thought we would stand a fighting chance, but that magic expletive cast some sort of slow spell on us. Not even one round in, and we were reduced to our normal speed. At least we still had some defense. Tia was right. It helped protect us a lot of blows we might have not survived otherwise. But we were still losing ground, not to mention the battle. He pushed us back towards the edge of the Twilight Chasm and the portal we had entered from. He almost got Voy at that point. Voy had played some sick solo that momentarily charmed one of the monsters away from Clay when an axe landed on his shoulder. He was on the ground before any of us could get to him, and then the necromancer just stopped, stared him down like he was looking at a ghost. Maybe Voy reminded him of something. Maybe his dead expletive heart. Maybe. It gave Aniko enough time to pull Voy away and through the portal back to the moon pools. It's true, you know, you can see all of the 7 moons reflected in their clear waters at once. It would have looked beautiful if it hadn't been for all of the blood. And for all the monsters swarming us left and right. We were trying to cut them down, but every time we killed one, he would just bring them back. Over and over and over again. And then Clay finally found an open. He cut down 4 creatures at once and got through to the necromancer, who was preoccupied with resurrecting a fallen giant. It should have been an easy hit, but Clay got reckless. That's when I saw the necromancer smile, saw him notice Clay approaching. I tried to call out, but I wasn't fast enough. Just when Clay got within reach, the necromancer swung out his axe, and it should have killed me. It should have killed me. I'm glad it didn't. Don't be. The axe hit Tia right in the chest as she shielded Clay with her body. She moved so fast. I think when she saw Clay in danger, she finally managed to break out of the slow spell. I saw she wanted to protect him, so I pushed Clay out of the necromancer's way. And as Tia lay there, her body in the pool of the astral moon's light, he brought the axe down again. You shouldn't have pushed me. She died to save you. I had to honor that. We might have been able to save her from dying if you hadn't. I wish that was true. We should have shielded her body so we could revive her. I think that would be a little too hard to do now. Why is that? When she fell, go back and look at that real quick. Yeah, revive. When she fell, the necromancer brought her back, just raised her up like a puppet, like it was nothing. She was looking right at me. She looked so sad because I didn't save her. Why couldn't I save her? When I saw an undead Tia rise to her feet, her weapon and shield leveled at us, I knew we had to run. I couldn't risk losing anyone else. Aniko picked up Voy as soon as I called for us to flee. Jade didn't want to leave until Voy started pleading with her while he was almost bleeding out. She helped to pull Clay away. I still think it was wrong. It was. I honestly think because she had already been basically resurrected as undead, she was already gone. Dave made the right choice. There would have been no point in losing all of you too. Agreed. At least y'all got out to live. After that, we made our way back here. We didn't know where else to go. I'm glad you all made it back, but I'm sorry you had to go through all that. Why did we have to? Why didn't Cassiopeia save us? Save her? The dragons are neutral. The dragons are expletive. Sure are. The real expletive is the madman who killed her. We have to go back. I don't think that's a good idea, bud. We have to retrieve her body. He can't have her. Now he can use her to navigate that stupid portal, and she would hate that. She would hate being turned into another monster he can use. If we can't get her back, we at least have to bring her here to give her a proper burial. We can't do that, Clay. We don't even know where they are right now. If we had stayed, we might. But we didn't. If you had stayed, you would have died, Clay. Thanks to you. But it is what it is, right? You say we can't go back, so we can't change anything. We screwed up. We played right into his hands. All the power and strength and magic, and we didn't change anything. Hold on. I'm sure you did your best. What's the point of doing that if it doesn't save anyone? I can't even feel her anymore. The bracelet, it's just empty. There's just an absence where Tia should be. I feel like if we had just done something different, if I had been more stubborn, I don't know if you could have changed anything. Why do you sound so sure of that? I think the necromancer, I think he heard everything. What you planned, I mean. How could that even be possible? After you left, the jackdaw near my window, I think it was a spy, and it heard everything. What? How does that even happen? How did you not notice that? I don't know. I'm sorry. All I'm saying is it's not your fault the plan failed. He outsmarted us. All of us. So there's nothing we could have done that can't be right. What's the point of all this then? If he knows everything, then we might as well give up. He has Ur's axe. He has an army of nightmare creatures and more. And she's gone. The only person who'd know what to do is gone. And we don't have a magic greatsword either. You've got to be kidding me. What? Magic flame was put out by the flood. Expletive. So we've lost. It's over. Not yet. He hasn't won yet either. Even if it feels like he has. We're still here. We can still fight. We can still stand in his way. Hope will only abandon us if we let it. You're right. Us giving up, that's not what she would have wanted. What she would have wanted was to live, to get a chance to be more than some pointless martyr. I want her back. Clay. No. I don't want to hear anything else from you. You didn't even notice a spying bird in your tavern, or maybe you did, who knows. You're dishonest with us all the time. Do you even really care about any of this? Of course I care. I care more than you could ever imagine. I wish I could bring her back too, Clay. Well, can you? No. What help are you then? Screw this. I'm done hearing excuses, and I'm done pretending we'll make it through this. Clay, please stay. Can I have one of those drinks now? Don't want to go after him? If I was him, I'd kill all of us, so no. What kind of drink do you want? I don't know. Something fast, maybe? Didn't help with the fight, but maybe help my stomach. It's worth a shot, I guess. Ooh, I bet I could do with speed. I bet I could do chocolate. Hot chocolate. With the irony would be if I was doing that with the pine cone. We could actually do that with the fey crystal. Haven't done that. Okay. So if we do 2 dex, 1 charisma, and 1 defense. Hot chocolate. Thank you, Andu. Fast and quick. Just how I like it. What kind of drinks did she like? Defense all the way. Adds up.